Alrighty, hello everyone. Before we get started, new stream setup, sort of, because it's a new system and I haven't streamed since getting it, basically. And I was also messing around with the mic, which I still need to buy a new one, but you know, old gear. So let me know if it's truly dreadful, and or if it's fine. Morning, Zach. uh, or let me know if the desktop audio, like, just let me know throughout the stream, and I'll see what I can do. Um, yeah. Okay. It's been a while, so I think we should just dive right in, shall we? All right. So hello, everyone, and welcome to this stream of mine. Finally having a stream. Hi. I'm not dead. I'm still alive. Doing Buddies of Budgie stuff over at blog.buddiesofbudgie.org. So we had put out a State of the Budgie 2022 in review, as well as goals for 2023. And we have a lot of exciting stuff happening this year, and I thought we would kick off the year strong with a Budgie Desktop release. And it's Budgie Desktop 10.7. And oh boy, is it one heck of a release with a lot of fantastic new features, a brand new pluggable Raven API system with the ability to like move and position those Raven widgets. You know, this is something that we've been dreaming of across all of the Budgie 10 series, and it's finally here, which is awesome. And along with a lot of other fantastic stuff, I did cut one thing from the release. And if we get around after the release notes and the stand up and we still have time, I can show why. And that's the internal theme. And that is mostly because, I mean, there's elements of it that are not complete yet, of course. However, the problems with implementing this internal theme is the fact that you have to account for the fact that somebody is going to have a different GTK theme, right? So what that means is that, like, if I implement, for example, a very fancy scale, right? Or a recolored scale with different colors. So what I'm talking about is like this, and keep in mind this isn't the new theme, this is the old theme. It just has some different margins, which is why it looks slightly different. And there's like some redesigned widgets, and you can see a usage monitor here. We'll get into all that. Don't worry. We'll talk about everything because we have to talk about it for the release blog. But for example, this is called the GTK scale here, where you move it and the volume changes, right? And well, like, it looks fine on like Materia, which is great. And then you switch over to Adwaita, and it looks awful. And then you're like, okay, we want to force material. No, like, do we want to force the Materia GTK theme? No. All right, well, let me test with Pocolo. Oh, it looks terrible there. So you have to like basically rewrite. You have to more or less write your own GTK theme, apply it on your own desktop environment for the internal theme, including all the components. And it's a lot of work. And it's all very broken. It looks great when it's working, and it looks awful when it doesn't. So, yeah. To be fair, the GTK3 version of Adwaita looks bad everywhere. Yeah, I completely agree. So, let's see. What about these mod modes? Why we're not shield mode? I don't know what shield mode is, but I would like to be able to do. Yes, I would like to do moderation, because I'm already extremely popular and have spam bots, and it's been so long that I don't know how to do mod stuff anymore. Let's see. Show mod icons. Oh, why was that off by default? That's a little silly. There, you know what? You ban that person. Great. Rising up in the Twitch world. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, after being away for what, probably like 6 months or something. Who knows? Anyways, so circling back to the internal theme. This was something that I had originally intended to be in the 10.7 release. However, because of the state of all the things, And the fact that we already have so much awesome stuff going into 10.7, I was like, you know what? Let's start off the year strong, kick it off with a 10.7 release. And it's okay to defer these things towards like 10.8. No big deal. You know, we make our own release schedule, and we're even thinking like, depending on what's in for next month, already doing like a 10.8, and then crank it out at 10.9, and just go into town. Because we had a really fantastic year of releases last year, so may as well do the same thing this year. And of course, kicking off this in the second half of this year is, well, sort of Q3-ish, is Budgie 11 development is actually going to be happening. So Q2, I'm going to be working on some of the daemon stuff, experimenting with protocol buffers, writing some proof of concept in Rust, and starting to get the ball rolling on that, which is going to be very exciting. So if you haven't gone to the blog, so blog.buddiesofbudgie.org, and taken a look, then I certainly encourage you to do that, because despite what some people on Reddit have said about Budgie Desktop, because they have forgotten that it forked off of a particular operating system and now is its own thing, it's not dead. It's very much alive, and 10.7 will prove just as much of that. So yeah. Of course, if you would like to support the project financially, I know economic conditions, rising inflation, rising food prices, I'm dealing with all that here. But if you have money left over and you would like to support the project, right? Like, you've bought all the video games that you wanted to, you realize that they're all disappointments and awful, and refunded them on Steam, so you have all that money still, you're of course welcome to throw some over on our Open Collective, which is opencollective.com/buddiesofbudgie. And, how that helps us is with infrastructure costs. So there's that, as well as providing sort of a pool of money that we could disperse to contributors. So currently we have some balance. So when 10.7 is released, this number is going to go down a lot, because there's a lot of really great work. There's a lot of really great work that I want to financially compensate people for. So you can expect this. You can expect the total balance to drop quite significantly. I'm not the kind of person that likes to just have money sitting around pooled up. But of course, that requires people to actually contribute. So you can see there's a lot of infrastructure stuff. But if I go to like all expenses, and I go to like second page, you can see, we have some icon task list scaling, Budgie menu re-architecture. Cerebit has not provided or submitted invoices / reimbursements for things. Maybe I could convince him to actually get his butt around to doing that. So, but there should be more stuff there. Anyways, I already, I understand financial economic conditions. So, if you're not in a position, don't feel guilty about it. It's perfectly fine. And if you want to help the project, you could also just go over to GitHub and start it. That actually helps with reach. So certainly welcome to do that. Let's see, but let's take a look at chat before we dive in. How's the weather in Finland? It's actually not all that bad. It's a little cold with -1. It's 1. It's actually a nice warm 1 degree Celsius out. Took my electric scooter to Prisma, which is like a market here, where it's like, well, it's a store, and the bike lanes were all cleared up, which was nice. I didn't have to deal with like layers and layers of ice. So we're starting to get into that part of the year finally, which will be nice. Let's see. Now that ice is becoming better, have you looked into using it over EFL? Great question. So the answer is no. We haven't looked into using it over EFL. However, it's worth noting that the architecture that we're going with for Budgie 11 is sort of like this onion layer of, well, it's like sort of an onion, but it's also like a mesh of like interconnected, whatever. I've never seen snow in my life. Lol. Wow. I mean, that's a shame. But anyways, you have like the window manager, and you have the daemon on top of that, and then you have like the UI layer, or I call it the data and the presentation layer. So the data layer is going to consist of the window manager and the daemon. So the daemon is going to handle all the fancy stuff like communicating and fetching your power states and your battery life, and any sort of system settings, budget configuration. If there is something it can do, we want it to do it. So there's that, and then you have the presentation layer. So that's like Raven, right? So Raven on the right hand side here, or Budgie, Budgie menu, which is down here, obviously. Icon task list, workspaces, anything that we want in Budgie 11. Now, the great thing is, and obviously I'm speaking of this from a hypothetical and from the technical perspective of, there is nothing that would limit us to only using EFL. We could, in theory, also use Iced. We could use Qt. We could use like Flutter. We could use, I don't know, some abomination of some random widget system that nobody's ever heard of, that's written by like one person in their basement every Friday night. Like there's nothing stopping us, so long as we have access to like protobuf libraries. Right in Electron, there are limits to our sanity, and I feel that Electron is about there. I could understand Flutter and Dart, but I definitely draw the line at Electron. So that's certainly not going to happen. But the point, going back to your question, and I get this a lot, is like, oh, what, are you still planning on doing EFL? And it's like, I mean, yes, the plan is, to incorporate EFL, of course, and there aren't any changes in the plan there. But we're also at the point currently where, in Q2, I'll be doing the data layer stuff, and then we'll be moving from there. So it's kind of up to the team. It's also up sort of a decision as to, like, are there elements that we want to be in Iced? Does it make more sense from a technical perspective for, like, the control center to be Iced instead of EFL? Does it make more sense for the control center to be EFL and other components like Raven to be Iced, or is like some weird hybrid, and we just work on making sure it all looks fancy together? So, I mean, these are questions that need to be answered, and they will be answered. But I'm very excited that System 76 has been investing the resources, both manpower and financial resources, into Iced. That's really appreciated. Of course, like, there's a lot of fantastic work going on in Iced before, but I think it really took somebody like System 76 to really launch it. Let me get some water. I've been doing nothing but talking. This is probably the most I've talked in since the stand-up or something. But yeah, so I've been trying Qt with a bit of PySide 6. It's quite nice. Yeah, it looks like everyone is leaving GDK now. System 76 going to Iced, Canonical going to Flutter. Yeah. It and then you have people like Martin Wimbress, Ubuntu Mate lead, historically Mate Desktop. I don't know if he's in a leadership position in the Mate Desktop stuff, but generally speaking, when you think of the Mate Desktop experience, most would think of Ubuntu Mate. And it's interesting that they're implementing, as in like him and other individuals are implementing a brand new desktop environment in Flutter. Weren't they forking or something a while back? I'm not sure about anything related to forking. Oh yeah, I mean Mate itself, yes. I want to say it's a fork of GNOME 2. that's been brought up to GDK 3 or something like that. But of course, that's like, I think Cinnamon was also, I don't remember if it's a fork or if it's inspired by, I forget the historical context there. I mean, I forget the historical bits there. But it's just interesting to see like all these individuals, moving away from GDK. And I think that's sort of a sign as to the state of GDK 4, the future of GDK with GDK 5 and beyond. And yes, I understand that the GNOME people will be like, well, that's very far away and yada, yada, yada. But you can look at the issue tracker and see sort of what is being proposed. And even if those things don't happen, it speaks to the mindset of GNOME and GDK. And, if they want a toolkit that's meant for their own desktop environment and for their own applications, like, that's fine. They're welcome to do that. And I think the rest of the ecosystem needs to recognize that and accept the fact that they might not be the best option to go with if you want to build something from the ground up that sort of interoperates with everything else, or maybe your own ecosystem, right? Building it on top of GDK, I feel like is sort of like it's building on top of a house of cards. Let's see. KP says Canonical doing desktop in Flutter. No, they're not doing desktop. They're not doing a desktop environment in Flutter. As was mentioned, applications like the new installer on Flutter, as well as I believe a new software center is in Flutter. So let's see. Zach says has nightmares from packaging GNOME desktop stuff. Yes, that was never fun. What are your opinion on Golang? Well, I mean, look. Can you see what's up there? What do you think I hate? Do you think I hate Golang? Are you building? Are you using it? I'm gonna guess. Are you using it to build Budgie applications? No. For me, Golang is a really fantastic language for server-side applications, as well as some degree of like cloud-oriented tooling, right? I think it really excels there. It's a fantastic language all around, but in terms of the graphical bindings, they just suck. Like, let's be honest. Like, they're just bad. Like, I would love for them to be good because, dude, I would have like years ago written all my graphical stuff in Golang, right? Just 100% in on Golang. It's just not the case. And it's really unfortunate. Like, you have options, but they sort of like bind against like GDK 3. And I think there's one where it's like depending on the desktop environment they build using different things. It's just and I don't know. I've looked at like the APIs for like doing that, and it just doesn't feel right. Like, it's kind of like shoehorning Go into something I don't think it really belongs in. Now, if you want to build like ncurses based UIs and stuff in Golang, like, hell yeah, like, I am totally on board with that. What do you think of Tauri? I haven't really done too much with that, so I don't really have a strong opinion. I like the idea of having a shared runtime though, just in principle. But I can't say I have much of an opinion. Mate's got an ArcFlex. I mean, caveat. And I know we should be doing Budgie stuff. It's just been, it's been a long time since I've seen you guys. If you want to come back later and you don't care too much about talking to me, feel free. Or just watch it on YouTube when I upload it, and I'll have a timestamp to when Budgie stuff actually happens. Anyways, I wouldn't say the Arc thing is a flex. It's great compared to my 1070 Ti. But I am running Mesa Git, right? I am running RC kernels. So I am on the bleeding edge of bleeding edge. And to be fair, I got that Arc A770 because I wanted to be on the bleeding edge. I wanted to dip my toes into Mesa stuff. I wanted to file issues. I wanted to see shit being broken and it evolve over time. So I saw a guy in Turku yesterday with the Libidweda t-shirt. Well, so there's two mistakes there. One, he was in Turku. Actually, there's three mistakes. You were in Turku. He was in Turku. And he was wearing a Libidweda t-shirt. So just wrong all around. A lot of mistakes were made that day. Let's see. Feels like Rust is taking off now with a lot of orgs putting efforts in it. Yeah, because it's such a versatile language. I think it has a knack for being sort of complex, but never have I heard someone say they like their drivers breaking. Man, it's so funny. My wife managed to apply enough pressure over time for me to play Red Dead Redemption, like RP server thing with her. So I was like, okay, I'll install Windows on my other SSD. That way it's not tainting my NVMe SSD, my pristine environment. It took me like 3 hours to get the damn Windows driver working. I tried across I don't know how many, like I wish I was exaggerating because I would have loved for it to be like, 15 minutes. No, I tried over and over and over again. I tried at first I was trying the beta driver that they have because that's the one that has all the fancy, DX9 based support for improved performance. Because they're just using DXVK, right? And it just wouldn't work. And now I have to deal with their stupid ARC control panel. And I knew to expect this. I'm in their Discord. But, having to deal with that and then trying to check for driver updates through that just doesn't work. I have to go to the website. It's just a bad experience. Like I don't know I don't know who came up with the idea of using the overlay for like everything like that, but oh man, is it bad. It's hilarious. Meanwhile, on Linux, what I had to do, and this would have been even smoother if I did even like a modicum of research beforehand in terms of what the PCIe ID was that I had. But for me, I was already running the RC kernel because I knew that's what I needed to run for like Intel Arc stuff, right? Okay, done. And then I was like, okay, I need to uninstall the NVIDIA stuff beforehand because why would I taint my system with anything NVIDIA related when I don't have to anymore? Done. Okay, what's the next thing? So that's like while this system is live. All right, well, I need to update the grub stuff. Okay, well, I forgot to update it to include the mod probe for the PCIe thing. So I reboot and it doesn't work. And I like spend 2 seconds Googling it. I find my PCIe ID, I enter it, and I'm in, and everything just works. And I add it to Grubby, so Fedora handles it for me. And now with 6.2.x, I don't have to do that anymore. Everything just works. Like I wish it was more difficult, but hilariously enough, it was like I think a 10-minute experience, and most of that was just me doing Flatpak cleanup of all the NVIDIA stuff because, Flatpak makes it like a royal pain to like uninstall a bunch of NVIDIA things unless you use like glob matching. Anyways, so in terms of performance, hit and miss. Some games crash, some games just won't even bother running. The issue that I'm having right now that I haven't been able to debug, and it's not related to Intel Arc, but I'm getting it anyways, and it's really annoying, is for a while it was fixed, but I was getting micro stutters exactly every 5 seconds. At first I thought it was just Elder Scrolls Online, tested it in Arc, broken there, and then it just went away one day. Now it's back. So I want to say it's like something with the motherboard, but who knows? Like with maybe it like downclocking or trying to overclock or whatever. Changing the turbo frequencies and shit didn't help. Anyway, so this Budgie thing, right? That's what we're all here for, instead of talking all day. So where do we even get started? Maybe taking a sip of my energy drink first. So we have a Budgie thing to write. So we could take a look at what language are you going to be using from now on? Well, what do you mean about, well, Rust for backend? Yeah, it's going to be a mix of Rust and C. In terms of Budgie stuff, yeah. So we're going to take a look at, one sec. I'm going to take a look at Budgie 10.6. And let's see, as I want to help contribute a bit, but all I know is Python. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to have Python API support. It's ridiculous that I'm interested in switching DE just because of the name, because of my bird hyperfixation. Well, I don't know what operating system you use. If you use Arch, the experience there is fantastic. Campbell Jones, aka Cerebit, he is the official maintainer for all that stuff. And he's an Arch trusted user, I think is what the terminology is. So he's able to directly push to that. And he's done a really fantastic job with that. If you use Endeavor OS, they have a really good experience. I would say that Ubuntu Budgie, like if you're interested in sort of a curated Budgie experience, you're welcome to use that. Just know that like they have a lot of stuff with Budgie Extras, which is all like their extensions on top of Budgie Desktop, because we do have an extension API. Actually, with 10.7 we have two APIs. We have one for panel widgets and one for Raven finally, so people could write Raven widgets. So there is that, but it does introduce some breakages, for example, and like it just happens because of weird conflicts. Like if I go to this issues, there's like this one where it's like Nightlight turns itself off like 1 to 2 seconds after relog, and they're using Ubuntu Budgie, and it seems like it might be a conflict with the Ubuntu Budgie applet that they have. So just like be aware of that. You know, if you do experience issues with Ubuntu Budgie, maybe check first if it's one of their applets, and maybe we could see if there's a way of like having them both live side by side without exploding, because that would be good, right? It'd be nice if you could use both. But regardless, there's that. I am releasing a Fedora Budgie spin with Fedora 38. So if you could wait until Fedora 38 is released, then might wait until it's got a little more maturity. Well, I mean, it's been around for years. I would say the Budgie 10 series is very mature. That's why we're moving to Budgie 11, re-architect everything. So I think it would be a tad silly to wait for the maturity. Yeah, as well. No, anyways. So there's that. There's Solus. Is there? It appears that the website's not loading. I think their infrastructure still might be down. Kind of surprised, because that happened like last week, but shit happens. Anyways, if you have older hardware, Solus is an option. If you have newer hardware, then you would have to wait for their newer ISOs to be released, because with that you'll have like the new kernel on MesaLib and all the new drivers and stuff out of the box for that, for the hardware support. But right now it just isn't technically like it's just not actually capable of using brand new hardware. For some reason, Solus is lightning fast compared to all distros I have tried on my hardware. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a very fast operating system. I think if you use it in a sentence and people get what you mean, then it's a word. Is re-architect. Pretty sure it's a word. Re-architect. Yeah, re-architecting. The process of redesigning the architecture of an application based on more modern computing concepts. There's also this. Like, it doesn't appear to be in Webster's dictionary, but it's definitely a known word in the English language. Was so yeah. There's a lot of places that you can find Budgie Desktop, and we're always trying to expand that to new areas. So, you know, if you like OpenSUSE, I believe there is some like X11 Solus namespace Budgies, like Buddies of Budgie, no, like Budgie Desktop stuff. It would be nice if somebody from OpenSUSE would rename that because it's not under Solus. What are you on right now? I am on Fedora 37. Yeah. So I can actually show you. And watch this. You see in the corner? So this is a new thing. I mean, the entire thing has been re-architected. But you are able to access your XDG directories. You're able to access Budgie Desktop settings directly. You're able to access your power stuff, and watch this. Pretty nice, huh? I could open up here. And if I go to About, you could see, here we have it. So. Yeah, shall we actually do like this whole write-up thing? Otherwise, it's probably never gonna get done. But this is where, you know, I put my game face on. I write 5 words a minute because I'll be distracted by chat. All right, so Budgie 10.7 is the first release. Oh, actually, I mean, it's not the first release. I was just gonna copy paste that, but I can't because this is, it says 10.6 is the first release under the new org, which it isn't. This is a brand new release series for Budgie 10.7 is a brand new release series for Budgie Desktop featuring major re-architectures of several areas of our desktop experience, new APIs for extensibility, which I feel like that's not how you write it. There we go. Let's see, polishing and polish to the user experience. I'm using user experience and desktop experience here, which I butchered this. So, several areas of featuring major re-architectures, new APIs for extensibility, and polish to the user. All right. Filtered flat hub repo and all that. Yeah, I mean, that was very easy for me to fix. I would like them to not do that because I think it's stupid and it's unnecessary. And whoever thought of it, like, what were you thinking? Why would I want only a small selection of flat hub stuff? The entire freaking point of Flatpak, besides the sandbox capabilities, is the fact that I don't have to rely on a centralized repository and their release cycle to get new applications, to get applications that, you know, might not otherwise be available, to get applications directly from the developer at their release cadence, to get stuff like Visual Studio Code, right? Or like Spotify, everything else. Like, I don't care if it's a proprietary piece of software. That's for me to decide, not for them. Why the hell are they filtering my flat hub? You could override it. You shouldn't have to. Maybe if there's somebody at Fedora that's watching, although I guess in a way I'm kind of at Fedora because of the spin. So maybe I should be more of an advocate for this because I'm so passionate about the subject, evidently. Anyways, if there's people there that think it's also a dumb idea, I would certainly encourage you to change to change it. Submit a change proposal if there isn't one already, because I don't think there is. Before, like, I just searched for like flat hub here, and it's been changed. Unfiltered. Oh my! Don't tell me. Is there seriously an accepted change for it? Unbelievable. Let's see. Yeah, change accepted. That's so funny. With Fedora 38, it's gonna be fixed. You can get a Fedora budgie spin with a unfiltered flat hub. Amazing. Yeah, this change would remove the filtering from our FlatHub offering so that users can enable a complete version of FlatHub using third-party repository feature. FlatHub packages will only be selected by default when no Fedora package is available. What are they filtering now? Well, I can't show it because I've disabled it. So, but we could check their release tracker stuff. And immediately, squirrels. Right? Probably proprietary applications. Yeah, nothing there. Release subs tracker. Nothing there. Yeah, I would be curious why Fedora filtered FlatHub. This is to be expected. We'll be here all night. Let's see. Enabling third-party will now include selected FlatHub applications via filtered FlatHub module. Neil, why did you sign off on this on behalf of the KDE SIG? I wonder if that's his way of saying I don't agree with this, but I'm just doing it on behalf of the SIG. That's how I read that anyways. Let's see. Currently, FlatHub applications are only available if the user manually installs FlatHub. With this change, enabling third-party repositories will add selected FlatHub applications through a FlatHub remote managed by Fedora. Let's see. Applications on FlatHub that have been explicitly approved by a new process proposed here will be available, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Roughly speaking, the criteria for including software is A, will not cause legal or other problems for Fedora to point to. Okay, I could see maybe from the perspective of like you're enabling the redistribution of software that might be proprietary or violating licenses or patents in a given jurisdiction might be problematic. I feel like it's a bit of a stretch because I feel like the problem there would lie with FlatHub itself enabling it, not necessarily Fedora for including FlatHub. See, does not overlap Fedora Flatpaks or software in Fedora that could easily be made into a Flatpak. I mean, I disagree with the premise of that because with stuff like Fedora Silverblue, sort of it's nice in principle to say, yeah, get this from the repository, but then RPM OS tree is dog slow. And so like your only option is really to get it from Flatpak. Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with like waiting 30 minutes to install a freaking text editor. And unless you applied the live mode, you would have to reboot to even get it. So it looks like they have like a fair list of applications that have already been reviewed and likely were filtered or accepted for showing up, I guess. But yeah, I think it's a little silly that it's for legal purposes, but they have a bigger legal team than I do, in that I don't have a legal team, and I am not a lawyer. So what the hell do I know? What I do know is Budgie 10.7 stuff. All right, so this is such a massive release. It's kind of daunting to write release notes, and I haven't even. I've just written a single paragraph. All right, I don't need any of this stuff. Brand new release series for Budgie Desktop. Let's see. Yeah, see a Rexon, a good one. I guess we could start with, yeah, I guess we have a new application indexer, right? Yeah, we have a new application indexer that doesn't rely on, maybe I need to write all this down. This isn't going to be part of the release notes. I just need it for my sanity. Indexer tied into new Budgie menu and Budgie run dialog. We have and big thing is more. Let's see, improved. What's this? It's a non-broken reindexing, because we dropped the GNOME menu. Let's see what else. I mean, obviously the redesign or updated design, really. Updated design for Budgie menu, which has XDG menu items, quick launch for Budgie Desktop, settings, Budgie Control Center. Let's see, centralized power controls in dialog. Let's see, user indicator updated for it. Updated trigger. We have, let's see, pluggable Raven architecture, all existing widgets ported to new system, new Raven widget, usage monitor, updated Raven widgets. We have Budgie Desktop settings improvements, which is, I could show them here. So we have Raven. Remember, Raven basically just used to be this with some options, and now it's this. So you could actually go in, like sound output, media controls. Like most of these don't have settings, so it's like output and calendar, usage monitor. That's been redesigned because it needed to exist because it's now a pluggable architecture. So always on top. It's actually going to be always on top. Yes. Redesigned Raven view with positioning capabilities. We'll actually add this here. Can position widgets. Let's see. Then in the panel, yeah, so new selector designed for plugins / applets, details the developer of a plugin, website link, copyright, info, description. So lots of stuff around there. Let's see. I don't remember if this is an option in 10.7 or if this is something that existed in 10.6 because it's been so long. Is the show settings item. I don't remember if that came in 10.6 as well. Feel like it was 10.7 only. Let's see. Quick fixes. bug fixes. Yeah. Budgie menu option to show settings items off by default, I believe. To check the G settings for that. Let's see. Option to show default menu item icon symbolic shipped by Budgie Desktop. Overrides gnarly. Overrides GNOME logo from specific icon themes. There's that. There wasn't really any. I don't think there was any love given to icon test lists aside some bug fixes, I think. AKP. Let's see. Going to bed now. Yeah, have a good night. Let's see. I don't think there's anything new in those areas. Oh, yeah, all the notification improvements. New daemon bits, which is a very quick way of describing that. Updated designs, stackable / groupable, I think is what it is. The check again. Let's see. Stackable. Yeah, I mean it's sort of both. Because they're in like a GDK stack. When you have multiple multiple notifications for a given application, when you get multiple notifications for an application, it looks a little. It's the font size here. Let me know if you could see that a little bit better. I know I'm running at a 4K screen, so a little difficult. Maybe that's good. No. Right. To take a look at this state of blah. Yeah, Budgie menu stuff. All the packaging effort bits. And this is just like Budgie Desktop. This isn't even talking about like Budgie Control Center and Budgie Screensaver, Budgie backgrounds. Yeah, I guess I could rip stuff from the state of the Budgie. Let's see. Oh yeah, deprecated data power strip from Raven. Yeah, run dialog improvements, which I guess are here. Oh yeah, new screenshot functionality. Budgie screenshot. Let's see. Up. Check GitHub thing. I mean, it's going to be hopeless for me to look through here, but let me actually take a look at milestones. That'll provide a better indicator for things. Milestones 10.7. Let's tile it with all these. Gonna get a bit. Actually, you know what? That's not too bad. Okay, nice. That's been fixed. Let's see. I guess Nick from Linux Experiment needs to make a new video soon. I saw one of his last videos. He basically said Budgie was dead. LOL. Yes. Yeah, I mean it's a bit unfortunate that those words were chosen, and that he unfortunately missed out on the fact that we have been communicating through like Fostodon and Twitter, and well, not Twitter so much now because Twitter has become Twitter, right? Like, do I need to say more? And I, out of moral principle, don't want to use Twitter because of Musk, and it's just the way things are. And yes, I understand that negatively impacts the exposure and reachability of Budgie Desktop to people on Twitter. I frankly don't care because I get way higher quality engagement from people across both the Buddies of Budgie and my personal account on Fostodon/Mastodon than I ever did on Twitter. So, less engagement, but better engagement. And I don't have to deal with somebody that's a terrible human being running. So, anyways, it's unfortunate that he hadn't followed us there or checked the release blogs. I did reach out to him during I want to say it was the May state of the Budgie for May of 2022. It's the one where we did that absolutely massive write up, and he did, like, in his defense, during his weekly roundup, did actually talk about it, and had like a lot of fantastic words for it. I guess it just sort of like flew under his radar that it still existed there. Shit happens, like whatever, right? Um, and in his, like, he was also sort of evaluating it from the perspective of Ubuntu Budgie, which is fine, right? Because it is a Budgie desktop experience. It's just very different from everything else. And if you're trying to use it as a basis to see how things evolve over time with Budgie Desktop, it's not the best reference point. But Fedora Budgie doesn't exist, and Solus is sort of in a state where, like, unless you have old hardware, it's kind of impossible to install. And it's questionable whether or not it works in like VirtualBox or like GNOME boxes at this point. I don't know, because of like the older kernel. So I mean, I just from that perspective, right? Like, it's kind of hard to find a good reference point for Budgie Desktop. So, like his rating was like, it was frustrating to see, but it was understandable from the perspective of like, it's kind of a pain in the ass to like get Budgie Desktop and get it with sort of a user experience that might be close to stock or vanilla, so you could fairly evaluate over time. It is what it is, right? Let's see. Pluggable Raven, Polkit stuff. I mean, this is like an improvement. Will Budgie and Fedora be vanilla/stock? Yes and no. So it will be in the sense that the only changes that'll really be done will be like, default icon task list stuff for like applications, right? Because you want to have the default ones pinned, and there are no like defaults for like Budgie Desktop for that. So it's still technically stock, but technically not, because like an empty one would be stock, and anyways, shit like that. So there's that. And also, I would say that I have been toying with the idea of having the Fedora logo be the logo for Budgie menu down in the left hand corner. I want to pull it though, and I will pull it once I get more things done with the spin. So it's not set in stone, and I want to sort of be a community decision. But I think it might be nice from a branding perspective, but I personally don't really care, like, one way or another. But it might be a nice way of also differentiating between, like, this is Fedora Budgie, and this is like Solus Budgie and Ubuntu Budgie and so on. So there's that. In terms of icons and GTK themes, we're gonna probably go with Materia, right? Even though it's sort of dead, at least for 38, and then see when the with 10.8 when it comes out, assuming Fedora 38 doesn't have 10.8, like what ends up being the situation. It might actually end up shipping with Edueda if the internal theme is done and in 10.8 by the time 38 comes around. I know a lot of numbers being thrown at you. If that's the case, there might not be like a default GDK theme besides like just Edueda, which I'm not a fan of, but it would be respecting a sort of default. So there's that. One thing I'm not going to budge on though is Papyrus, right? Icon theme. That's going in. I like consistent iconography. I hate the Edueda icons. I'm just not a fan. I don't like seeing a bunch of inconsistently designed icons from a bunch of different developers, like in my panel. It just looks nasty. So that'll be the icon theme. Other than that, I mean, I can't really think of any other changes. So yeah, I guess it's going to be mostly stock. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Update. Yeah, so that's a bug fix. So bug fixes. Let's see. It'll be icons in workspace. Applet properly updated. Let's see. Configurable sizes for workspace. I actually really like this change to the workspace applet. To detail a little bit more, you can go into the panel and you could change the item size multiplier now. So I could set like 2x, and you could see like it grows and it fits more icons. You could set to like 0.5. You could see it fits like 1. One icon is super tiny there at the bottom. I like it at like 1.5. I think it's like a reasonable default. I don't know if it's actually the default, but for me, it's kind of a decent size. Let's see, minimum expiry, add dock ability. Right, yeah. I forgot about this. Let's see. That considering dropping plank. Yeah, need dock capabilities. Panel configuration around setting default docking dock mode, transparency, etc. See, those have been fixed. That was sort of related to the improvements around notifications. And what's crazy though is like you look at something like this, right? And you're like, oh, it's only 31 items. But then you see like this Raven. This is an entire PR that is a login system for Raven. Brand new APIs. Like and you know, there's some duplication because it's like the issue and this is the PR. But if we take a look at this, like that, a lot of this is sort of like GitHub being dumb and not understanding moves, so it treats them as deletes and then additions. But regardless, there is actually a lot of changes in this. But yeah, so I guess, should I go architecture stuff? Should I intermix architecture in with the items that are being discussed? Because I feel like the application indexer, they tie into Budgie menu and run dialog. So I feel like that should be a separate thing. So I think that'll be the focus for that. Right, like I'm pretty sure that landed in 7. Oh yeah, rewrite budget menu. It's here. All right. Oh yeah, dual GPU support for it. Dual GPU support via switcheroo control. In G menu. It's that, yeah. Let's see, search changes. See. Improved fuzzy searching. Let's see if I do screen. How fuzzy that is, but yeah, okay, it is this. Cool. Might have to rip that. Theming, yeah, there's been lots of improvements around theming. I don't even think I'll document that because a lot of these things are changing with 10.8 anyways, but yeah. There's a lot to go over. Okay. Let's start out with let's see. New location. Does this need to be location indexer? We'll go with new application indexer. Budgie 10.7 sports a brand. Let's see, sports a new application. Yeah, I hate sports. Introduces new application indexer. This indexer is responsible for searching. I mean, it's indexing, right? But I want to try to dumb down the language a little. Is responsible for searching select set of directories or desktop. Should I dumb it down? Fuck. Introduces a new application indexer responsible for indexing applications. I feel like that's that's totally redundant. Introduces a new application indexer responsible for indexing applications. Let's see. Let me look at the actual rewrite. I feel like that was in. Right? Yes. I feel like it was. Move application indexer. Would have been nice for this to happen. To change it. Let me check the budgie menu. It should have been moved to daemon. Yes. Digitur. Which I wrote. Or is it? What's an app? Yeah. Okay. Introduce new application indexer, replacing our use of libgnome. So libgnome hyphen menus. Or is it just one word? Libgnome. That's just GNOME menus. libgnome-menus. Let's see. This new indexer provides more reliable indexing of applications across. Let's see, do we have list here? I feel like it would be in daemon. Maybe it isn't. Should just pull up. App index. And let's see. We off to the side so I can reference it. Lost several directories that applications store there. Desktop files and more reliable indexing of applications across several directories, which are used to store desktop files. Let's see. Our implementation does not, pretty sure it doesn't require the rebuild of the entire tree. See, this changed. Let's see. It's just a signal emission. We do some manual sorting of some applications which already existed. Categorization. It's to launch the actual application. Should actually be. Let's see. We do path, we do file monitors, and then we queue a refresh. Let's see. We call refresh. It clears our notifications. Category. And then emits change when it's done rebuild. It might actually be in Budgie menu, now that I think about it. The logic for, let's see, app index. Budgie menu. Pop over refresh, .app index. When it's changed, that's when we refresh. Pop over. Yeah, so we handle it now where we defer showing. So let me add a note for that. Deferred change. A deferred implies that something's been delayed out of the release, though. So let's say no longer reload the application menu during a app index change. Wait until we have closed our implementation. Let's see. I guess it improves the categorization. improves the categorization of applications. But those are only to exclude it from or given category. Yeah. Improves the categorization of applications, excluding. But I would say it's more like aggregating entries into more relevant and useful gating entries into more relevant and used categories. For example, we have like include, to put this up here. So who's it aggregating? Aggregating. For example, administration settings system would all be aggregated into system improves that. Oh yeah, I guess we do directly support custom desktop directories. Let's see. While respecting custom desktop directories created by the user through third party menu editors. Let's see, it should be fine. That right to the users .local share desktop. Oh yeah, but this isn't technically the markdown thing. But I have to rip this out, and then I have to go to this, and then there, in order to get the code blocks, which is a little annoying. Let's see what else. Let's see. Maybe add app. I mean, a lot of this is similar, but it's been moved out of Budgie. Yeah, introducing a new, replacing our use of libgnome menus and unifying our logic used across both Budgie menu and Budgie run dialog for consistency in the applications we show. For example, if I do WinR, you'd see I have this, I type in like EU and it shows all the relevant Budgie stuff consistently. Oh, that was, I do not like that bell that bell sound. Damn it, GTK. It's very loud. Let's see, what else? I mean, I think that's probably a good summary, which I could always improve on later. I don't want to get caught up on this. Let's move on to Budgie menu. Budgie menu. I mean, it has seen a fair. I wouldn't say it was a rewrite of Budgie menu. It's a major re-architecture. Yeah, I mean, I guess menu item, like that's new. Overlay menus are a thing. User buttons are a thing. Yeah. I mean, okay. Let's see. I'm going to put image here. We could actually take a screenshot of it, but yeah, let's do that. Let's hide all these things. Close that. And take a screenshot of the entire screen. The delay of like 3 seconds so I could actually open the thing. Sorry for that loud sound. Copy to clipboard. I could reuse some of my things as well. But what I'm going to do this. Why GIMP? Do you fucking every single time I open up GIMP, it changes this rectangle select to the like do this from the center, and it's like no, I really don't want that. I might actually open this up in Inkscape. It's just always easier to deal with it there. So copy it there. Actually, I could scale it to a canvas size of 3840, and we need to do 3840 here. No, minus 3840. Okay, thank you. Then open it here. And then what we're going to do is 1080p screenshot. 1920, 1080. It's a lot of extra space, so maybe 1600. Maybe that'll do. Yeah, it might be. Just so much empty space. I really want to step it down to like 66 by 760. I mean, I know I could literally choose any other like 16 by 9 thing. Choose like 1440, but whatever. But I'll fix the alignment there, but I think it's mostly the width. But it looks weird if it's. We'll just keep it like this. Let's do alignment. biggest object. Down. Should be aligned. And then we'll do a cropping, object, clip. And that what we're going to want to do as well. I could technically just do this in. I don't like these icons. I'm actually gonna. I will end up doing this in GIMP. No expand from center, please. This is the unseen work that usually goes into the making all this look fine. All right, I don't want the GIMP logo there. Well, yeah, maybe we'll just go with. I could just rearrange these and take a screenshot. Does anybody here care? Probably not. What these would show. What do I historically show on actual these blogs? Looks like I just shown him, just empty. Sort of drive focus to this. Okay. This up. Images. New folder. Budgie 7. Release. That. And we're gonna export. Budgie's Budgie. Release, and it'll be Budgie. Actually, you know what? I could actually show. Yeah, you know, I have an idea what to do. This I will actually need Inkscape for, because doing it in GIMP sucks. Can I mute the sound though? No. Prepare for loud bleep. A little bit too. Although I actually need to hold down because there's been some margin changes. Doing anything in GIMP sucks. True. Get checkout. And do a git pull. Mason. Figure. Ninja. Place the panel. The reason why I want to do that is because the margins in this changed slightly. Have screen. So can I open up? I disable. I can't just straight up disable the sound. Oh, system sounds. Maybe that's the actual. Find out, I guess. I'll use GIMP to. Oh, actually, we'll do canvas size of 3840 minus 3840, and then we'll do a. Oh, actually, then if I want to show all this, I don't want this entire thing, so I'm gonna have to just straight up use Escape for this. Okay, well, what I could at least do. Yeah, we'll modify it there. I'm already tired of jumping between these two tools. Should really just like learn Krita. I'm gonna do 1920 by 1080. Copy this. And we'll do an alignment with this. That's not what I want to do. This. And let's do last selected so this doesn't shift around. Do that. We will flip. Oh shit. I could change that. I'll copy this over. And then what I'll do is something a little cheeky where copy this. So let's clip this. Clip this. Clip this. Actually, I'll do this. There. Right, so we have one with it open, one without. Right, but we have that in the way. So what we're going to do is put this over. Why is snapping not in? Excuse me. Oh well. Okay. And then we're going to do this. And look, it never happened. Then, so let's group these. We're going to have a thing. It would just be easier to do this in GIMP. Like this is like finicky enough that might actually consider that. GIMP. Oh god. Don't expand from the center, you absolute devil. Alright, that looks fine. Yes, that should get all of it. So, right, and copy that back in here. Take this. Same. So, these are the fixed ones. Delete these. Then what we have to do. Oh no! Why didn't it? Okay, that doesn't. I have to flip this even further. So mad about that. Why didn't it? There's this, but then we have this at the bottom. So we're gonna object, let's create a. Let's see if this clipping does. Clip. No. It has to be these exact dimensions. This is legitimately some of the worst things about writing these release notes. This. What's the width of this? Last selected top left-hand corner. Set. Move it above. It should be top right corner. There. You'd be none the wiser. Take this, group it. Then, because this is a 1920 by 1080, what we're going to do is have two blocks. One is going to be 1080 height, 1920 divided by 2. We have this. Paste it. We're going to do alignment here and alignment here. And what I'm going to do, because Inkscape is a little weird with this, is I'm going to have this go a little bit over. Like so. And we'll see why. Set clip. Set clip. So we're going to have this aligned to page. Left hand bottom side, and then this will be right hand bottom side, and then we'll make sure this is actually sitting on top, like so. And then what it does is having that little bit of overlap allows there to be some actual background color. Otherwise, I've noticed that like when you render it out, there might sometimes be like some white pixel in between. It could be quite annoying. I noticed that. Am I getting that? Let's see. Yeah, okay. So there's something going on with the rendering on this side as well, where every 5 seconds it's doing that. Okay, so it's good to know it's not just games. All right, so we finally have our screenshot thing for Budgie menu. Okay, so we can export this. We'll do the entire page. Need to choose where. And to make things easier for myself, add a bookmark, I think. Not the system. Maybe it's a bookmark now. Here we go. Okay. It's going to be budgie menu.png. It's a JPEG. And I check. It'd be here. And it's 145 kilobytes. All right. Let's immediately add the image then. Image. I cancel, and then we should be able to drag and drop it. There. All right. Budgie menu has received an updated. It's not really so much an updated design as it's like a bunch of like quality of life has received. So Budgie menu has been improved in .7 alongside using our new application indexer. We have updated like I want to do the features first instead. I just realized there's some ads going. Okay, so we now are no longer using gmenu tree directory. Let's see. Let's see. It's been drastically improved in Budgie 10.7. See, from just add these for searching. Just wondering if I should do paragraphs or bullet points for this. Let's see. Drastically improved in 10.7, featuring improvements to search, application launching, new UX, see new features, new functionality for launching. Let's see, new functionality for XDG. Quick access to settings, power. I mean, it's literally, I'm writing everything. So, application launching and new functionality for launching. Improvements to search, application, and new features, maybe. This will change without a doubt, but we'll do. Let's see. Application launching. Yeah, we'll do dual GPUs. I think Evan Yeager. Okay, Evan wrote some good notes. PR. Yes. So I will literally copy this. True control when available to switch application. Yep. Perfect. That's a perfect way of describing it. Search. Search. A search has been, I think even the search has been abstracted. Let me check. Yeah, in a relevancy service. Yeah. Search has been abstracted out into a separate, it's not really a component, it's sort of just a object that handles it, basically the maps and the scoring. The scoring, I think itself is white. It is identical. So that might be more of a general architecture change. Let's see. Search has been, let's do application. Application launching and additional functionality. Maybe with new functionality and it's application launch. That sounds a little bit better. Okay, so we'll skip search for now. Talk about that a little bit. Let's see. I mean, I guess I could talk about it. Alongside this indexer, which we'll say related to the application indexer, our searching in Budgie menu has been abstracted out into its own relevancy search that is now used across both Budgie menu and Budgie. Run dialog, providing a consistent search experience across them both. Dual GPU, okay. We have search. Let's see. How did I phrase this in? Was it May? Oh, was it May? It might have been the July. Yes. Personal user. Budgie menu now provides a personal user menu, which has actually, well, I'm glad that I wrote like the state of the soul. My God, not state of the souls. Remember back in the day when I did that stuff? Yeah. Anyways, state of the Budgie write-ups, because I could just lift a lot of this text that I had already curated and thought and mulled over. So I do want this actually to be, I would like this to be a code snippet. Doesn't let me. Expected folders which do not exist will be automatically hidden, so the menu will only show items which are relevant to you. So there's that. This has since changed. Let's see. Quick settings and power. It's larger. It's supposed to be, I think it's supposed to be 3 levels. All right. Let's see. Budgie. Yeah, I could just say let's see. In the bottom, the new bottom strip. Bottom strip. I could write a Budgie menu. We now have buttons for launching Budgie Desktop, settings, Budgie Control Center, our new dialog, which we will get into later. You no longer need search for these menu or access them by right-clicking on the desktop, which is quite nice. This also, see, the inclusion of the power menu button also means you can have one less thing, one less widget on your panel, as user indicator will no longer be necessary and in fact will no longer be shipped. It'll be shipped, no longer be in the default panel. I feel like this is not really, this could be in a separate section related to maybe power dial. Right, so we have those. Let's see. An option. Let's see. Cleaner. Let's see. New settings item option. Let's open up Budgie Desktop settings, Budgie panel. What we can do is like this and do like sound, which will actually, I think about it, if I turn off sound, I still get it. So, right, because it's for showing, right, it's for showing them in the list. You still can search. Let's see, improvements around. Let's see, settings. How would I phrase this? Improvements to quick access. Budgie control center panels. I like just improvements to accessing Budgie control center panels is sort of, it's a long form way of saying it, but we could polish that later. Let's see. Copy this. An option via Budgie menu settings and Budgie Desktop settings. Widget settings. Let's see. Oh, right. An option has been added to the Budgie menu widget settings and Budgie Desktop settings. We'll just do this. Budget widget settings to show Budgie control center items such as Bluetooth, sound, and power panels in the applications list. You will always be able to search for these items regardless of the option being enabled though, so you have less clutter in your menu while still having quick access to various settings panels, which is really handy, especially for like Bluetooth and sound. But I mean, Bluetooth, I don't know when, I guess I should say, I don't know if it's going to be happening in 10.8 and 9, but something that is being worked on by Evan is actually a brand new Bluetooth applet that enables you to completely turn off Bluetooth, right? Like you can in the control center. Connect to specific devices, disconnect from them if you're connected to them. And I don't know if it's going to happen we still need to see based off the APIs, right? But one of the end goals would be the ability to show the battery life of a given Bluetooth device if it's exposed. So that might not happen, that aspect, but at the very least, you won't have to dive into Budgie Control Center's Bluetooth panel to like connect to a Bluetooth device, which is really handy. But this isn't coming in 10.7. It's going to be coming in a future release when it's ready. There isn't like a designated release for it. Ideally, it would be like a 10.9 thing. If it happens in 10.8, we'll see. And it's entirely up to, you know, the time that people are able to spend on these sorts of things, because we're all volunteers. Who would have thought? But let's go ahead and actually add an image here. Image here plus a plex plus. So we'll do that. That's already accessed. You could already see that here. So let's go ahead and take a new screenshot. All this, we'll keep that open. All right. Something like this. Well, we'll turn it on. What I'm actually going to do is maybe something a little cheeky. I'm going to move this. Actually, I think I'll keep this. So then I can do this. That you could see applications and accessibility and all that. What I'll do is a position like this. Although you could kind of see. It's actually gonna bug me. I can't do that. It has to be like. All right, screenshot. All right, prepare for loud noise in seconds. Sorry in advance. I'm going to do show and then this. Should be about now. There we go. Okay. Even though I turned off the system settings, sound still doesn't. I should see if I could quickly add an option in Budgie screenshot to not have that, because it's really annoying. See if I could cram that in tomorrow or tonight. Okay. All right, so we have that, and then next we want it to be like 1920 by 1080, which now that I think about it, this might be showing. Let's see. Canvas size 1920 by 1080. Does not. Perfect. Okay. And then we need to hide all this. That. And go. Right? I mean, that looks fine. It shows that it's enabled, and you can see it clearly. So let's go ahead and export this to 7, and will be Budgie menu showing control center items.jpg. Let's see. I don't need any of the EXIF data. I literally need. Okay, that's been exported. So now what I should be able to do is remove this image, go here, and then there we go. I could increase, that's what I'll do. I'll increase these like so. there's that. So then you can see that's an option. Is that wrapping up the Budgie item? I think so. Or Budgie menu items. That's, I mean, it's nice regardless. So let's see. Other, yeah, we'll actually have this. Scroll all the way down here. Other improvements. Here is a short list of other improvements to the G. We'll do this. No, let's see. We no longer reload Budgie menu during an application index when the menu is open, preventing preventing your application from re-rendering when you are actively using the menu. Right. What else? Spin that. I go all the way up. Let's see. This is done. This is done. This is done. This is done. Oh, yeah, I guess the default menu. See, we now have an option to show the default menu. What is it? Default menu icon. To use the default menu icon that ships with Budgie menu. This is especially handy. And actually, let me take a look at the PR for this as well, because I didn't get the chance to review. It was reviewed by Evan, which is fine. Yeah, so new icon. Yeah, made from scratch. Let's see. This new icon is only used. Right. I will paste this. Or it won't paste it. Thanks. Copy. Paste. Paste. No? Okay. I guess we're just gonna have to reference this ourselves. So let's open up. This is especially. Oh, now it shows. Wow. What happened there? Okay. This new icon is only used. Let's see. We now ship a new default menu. I mean, we actually now ship a default menu icon that is
similar to our, let's see, similar in design to the grid icon. Let's see, scene. Ship a default menu icon that's similar in design to the grid icon. Is well known. I mean, do I need to say that? Like, a default menu that's similar in design to the grid icon that is used. It's used when the user enables the new default menu icon option in Budgie Desktop widget applet settings, or if the currently selected icon theme is. Can't nest it like that. I can with Markdown, funnily enough, though. So let's rip all this out and then do Markdown. I'm going to do this. It'd high contrast, high color, alt. Oh, I put high contrast. Okay. All right. Let's see. I feel like that's fine. I mean, basically, it's like we don't want to show that weird GNOME foot anymore. So there's that. But that's Budgie menu stuff. So let me. Rip that out. So now it's notification improvements, Raven, Budgie screenshot. The panel configuration will sort of be like an other improvement sort of deal. So maybe Raven is the next thing that should be talked about. Raven. I mean, Raven is like, it's insane, the changes that have happened to Raven. Budgie 10.7 introduces the biggest, the largest set of changes and features since 10. Was it 10.4? 10.4 release, I think. Maybe even 10.5. Might have been 10.4. No, it was 10.5 since the 10.5 release has introduced the largest set of changes and features since the 10.5 release. It has been, let's say, has largely been re-architected with a brand new Raven, brand new pluggable Raven widget API system, allowing third-party developers such as I won't call out Budgie. I mean, it's literally anybody. Allowing third-party developers to build their own Raven widgets. The brand new pluggable Raven API, them allowing third-party developers to build Raven widgets. Let's see. Brand new, as well as seeing new widgets and updated designs to existing widgets. All right, let's go with Raven pluggable API, Raven widget API. I mean, the thing is, it's kind of hard to actually communicate this without actually having like documentation on doing so. That's like outside of like the realm of GDK doc. Do I even have Yelp installed? No. Let's see if I can install that quickly. Okay. Assuming it'll even show up in Yelp. Actually, no, I think let's find out. Oh, it's already installed. Maybe it's just as help. Interesting. I think I need to actually, now that's relevant to no, it just isn't going to allow us to search for it. Do I have Builder installed? No. What? I mean, do we have a GDK doc? Sure. Dev help, I guess. A dev. Let's go DNF. Oh. I don't remember if that's an actual application or not. It is. Dev help. All right. Here we go. Budgie Desktop, Budgie Jet. Let's see. Like our Budgie panel widget API, you can now build widgets for Raven, leveraging libp's or set of APIs for our set of APIs. These widgets will automatically show up in Budgie desktop settings and enables. I mean, really, it's like this was like the end goal for 10 was we have Raven, and then you're able to build your own widgets. Let's see, automatically show up in Budgie desktop settings, and I would say, and finally ushers in a long I mean, it's I don't even, like it's what Raven was sort of designed for, was to be extensible in this nature, or like that was the end goal for it. And finally, not like reaches our end goal, achieves our end goal. Raven since the beginning of Budgie 10. You have no internet? Well, you could try just unplugging your Ethernet for a while and having your system be off. And then, you know, it's that. You could see if that works for a bit. Tried? You could try unplugging it from the switch, just make sure you unplug the right one. And like try plugging it into a different port on the switch. Just make sure you don't unplug mine. So, like our Budgie panel widget API, you can now build widgets for Raven leveraging libps, providing support for writing plugins in C, Python, and Scala. Our set of APIs. These widgets will automatically show up in Budgie Desktop settings, and finally achieve our end goal for Raven since the beginning of Budgie 11, which was to provide a extensible widget and notification center. Yeah, I would try a different on the switch itself. Don't I would say don't unplug the existing ones. Like, as I mean, like, don't unplug. I think it's 1, 2, like, just try like 8, like port 8 or whatever. I think it might be like a lower priority thing, but it should still be fine for just general network connectivity. I might go into the office on Tuesday and pick up that barrel plug, or see if I could get one from like Medical Cop. Yeah. These widgets will automatically show up. Yeah, just provide an extensible widget and notification center for everyone. Yeah, do this. Finally achieves our end. Yeah. We'll take a screenshot of, let's see, this documentation. Like, panel API is provided via Budgie. It is provided via GDK doc. I would say is currently provided via GDK doc and browsable. Am I missing an E? Maybe not. Browsable via dev help. I have to reset the switch if this doesn't work. Well, give it a little bit of time. Because otherwise it's gonna break my streams into like 2 things, and then I have to edit. I have to pull them down and edit them in post, and then upload it manually. And let's see. This documentation, like the panel API, is currently provided via GDK doc and browsable via dev help. In the future, it will be available directly from our documentation center with tooling to bootstrap samples for C. I would probably say, I don't know if I want to do, I don't know if I want to, see, with examples, with reference examples that can be cloned and the reference examples. So let's go ahead and take a screenshot of this. Of this window. Prepare for a loud bleep bloop noise. And like right when I press this button. Sorry. And open up in GIMP. Oh. It doesn't capture the background. I mean, I guess it's not really a problem because I could literally just do new layer. Then like just add the background. I have it in like wallpapers or something. New user, let's go user share backgrounds. Budgie, and then we'll do no such file or directory. I find that very hard to believe. Given it very much does exist. I'm guessing it's a permissions issue, so hold on, let me do this off screen on my own. There. Then we'll do an export. Budgie. I will do dev Raven. Okay. Like, is there a better way of visualizing it? Yeah, probably. But let's put this in. Nice. Okay. Raven widget API. Let's see. What we'll do actually is like this. And then we'll have another thing, which is hide all that, open up this, go over to Raven. Actually, we'll just do this under a brand new category. We'll take the screenshot anyways. Let's show something like maybe usage monitor. This one. Be nice if I could detach the screenshot. Well, we'll just do this though. Screenshot. Actually, is there, if I open up GNOME screenshot, does it have an option to didn't work? Okay. I'll be right back, chat. Let me to BRB. So. All right, chat. I am back. I have fixed it by doing the traditional. Have you tried not turning it off and on again? But have you tried unplugging and plugging it back in? Um, this switch, like by itself, the switch is it's bad. Let's use good boy language. It's bad. I never realized it was bad though, because I always had it connected to my home server, which is currently down. But I always had it connected to my home server, which had its stable NIC, and it handled all the DNS stuff. So the switch was just sort of like this dummy thing that handled nothing on its own. And all the IP assignment was always done by the home server, and it worked flawlessly. The switch by itself does not. It's bad. Now, fortunately, my coworker actually like sold me his used like Ubiquiti hardware, but I left like one of the barrel plugs at work, so we can't switch to that switch yet. Anyways, networking sucks, and I'm terrible at it. Fortunately, new hardware will be used, and God forbid if I have to fire up the home server and pay for that additional electricity. Let's actually. LastPass sucks too. Does it? I use a KeyPass, so I don't have to worry about any of the weakness around like having my passwords be exposed or whatever. Or was that one password? Seems to happen to like all of them. And sorry for that. Sorry for that noise. So we're gonna copy, and we're actually gonna be a bit clever here. Hide this one. Paste this in. Or it's gonna paste there. Something like this, right? Maybe. And then what we can do is have a second one. So we can export this. Yep, that's exactly what I do, Zach. And it just works. Budgie Desktop settings, Raven. LastPass had a crazy breach. They do not encrypt notes and URL. Oh right, yeah. I forgot that they don't encrypt those. So even if you didn't have your passwords weren't like being decrypted or whatever, the fact is then they know that this email or this user as a service, like they are registered to a service, which is by itself bad because let's be honest, people are dumb. Customer service don't get paid nearly enough for the stuff they deal with. Most of the time it's outsourced, which means, like sometimes you're either not going to get the highest quality or, they're working like 5 different freaking jobs to make ends meet. Who the hell knows? So people are very easily able to be socially engineered. So you just say, oh yeah, I'm so and so, and I really I forgot my password and blah blah blah. Here's like some of my information, right? This very minimal amount of information I can provide. Maybe there's something in the note that is useful, right? Like a sign up date or something. Who knows what metadata there is? And it might just be just enough information for that account to be hacked. So, or be exposed from like the customer service agent to somebody else. We'll do Raven list here. Let's see. We'll do that. They should be sued. It's one thing a password manager should do is to encrypt things properly. I mean, I think there certainly is some. They should have some negative effect to this, beyond the business ramifications, the damage to their reputation. I think I'll leave it up to other people to decide whether or not to sue them, though. Not really. It's a very American thing. Oh, I actually need to. What I need to do now is screenshot. And actually having it be transparent there wasn't such a bad idea because I could put them side by side. But this is going to be a delay of a few seconds. So we're going to delay it probably 5 seconds because I could be slow. And then window this, and hopefully it'll capture both of them, which it did not. So we're gonna have to do a selection here. And I would turn off this noise if I could. So apologies for it being as loud as it is. We'll have to do a little bit of a cropping here. We'll do. Oh, yeah, I guess that is kind of a problem. People care. I don't think people care. If I take this, I do put this here. But no, don't paste as a layer. Oh. This card changes. We'll see. Hey, there we go. Of course, now there's no guarantee that's going to be in alignment, which is a problem. Let's see. So I feel like I should actually try cropping. How am I going to do it? Basically, I want to show them side by side too. Helium from the Buddies of Budgie Matrix. Actually, I'll show it. Here. Are you reading comments here too? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Find out. By the way, every Saturday at 1700 UTC plus 2 or 1500 UTC in the Buddies Budgie development channel on our Matrix, which is linked on our blog at the top, we have a stand-up. And a stand-up is, if you are unfamiliar with the concept, basically like sort of a round table, just like a get-together of people that typically work on Budgie Desktop. And we mentioned, you know, hey, like we've been working, I've been working on XYZ thing, you know, Sarah's been working on such and such, and we have a discussion about that. And it's sort of a nice place to raise any issues or get any insights and feedback from other members of the team. And it happens and anybody could join. Basically, like I launch it as a thing in Jitsi, and it's like available to people via the Matrix server. There hasn't been any like down votes or anything to it being live. So like Campbell mentioned he's fine with being on stream. Nobody else said anything bad. So yeah, we might have our stand-up sort of just right in the middle of this like weird stream that I'm doing. So God forbid, you know, I have a stream that's a bunch of Budgie stuff. And for transparency, you get to see that, you know, it's kind of one of the things that we strive for is transparency. It's something I learned from another project, was the right way and wrong way, or I should say the right way and less optimal way of doing things. Let's see. What I think I can do is, you know what? I might actually have it take, sorry, I'm going to have to do another screenshot here. Because this is treated as a window, I might just have it do this. If I do window selection, 3 seconds, prepare noise. I'm going to copy this and close this because it captures input. I'm going to paste it in a new thing. And then what I'm going to do is I have two things. I have one with, one without, and then one with. And I'm just going to like copy this and overlay. So what I'm going to do is have Inkscape here. I'm going to delete both of these. Like so. I'm going to drag in this. It needs to be here. We should sort out the permissions for that. And that's why I use my own Nextcloud instance. I have a PowerEdge server in my basement that I sync my KeyPass database to. Keeps my data local, but backed up. Yep. I do that. And then for select things, I have it backed up offsite via rsync.net. So it's to like a data center hidden away in a mountain in Switzerland, basically. And I figured, you know, there's probably nothing that's going to happen in Switzerland. So my data should be okay. There's nothing crazy geographically speaking. So I learned that lesson from the OVH data center fire. Like, never again will I ever freaking trust that a data center isn't going to burn down. So it's going to be 1080, 1920 divided by 2. Because that was not a fun experience to go through. Okay, so we have two things here. The color is gonna hide away. I'm just using it so I can properly center this stuff, which the padding isn't ideal, but what I can do is copy this twice and then scale it down the width of this. We'll do like 940, maybe even like 920. 100 maybe. Just a little bit of a science. We're going to this be last selected, align with center, and same with this. So we have them side by side, right? And then I'm going to go over here. I'm going to paste this, plop it here, and then we'll do the same thing right in the center. We can delete these. And there, it looks, you know, it looks like I took it all in one screenshot. The magic of Inkscape. And to be clear, I could have skipped GIMP on here, but I thought maybe I could use GIMP for it. But not good. Oh no. Inkscape go burr. Escape, please. No. All right, so we're gonna have the entire thing as a JPEG. We're gonna go here. No, JPEG. Thank you very much. And we're gonna do Budgie Desktop settings. We'll just do Raven as an entirety. Raven functionality. Right? And all this just so I can have a pretty screenshot here. So yeah, in roughly 20 minutes or so, we will we'll have the stand up. Helium says, OMG, how again you removed background shot? Well, that was, I think it's just part of the, I would have to look at what the functionality is for capturing the actual texture. But generally it's because it's like client side rendered. It doesn't like the background isn't really part of that application. We're trying to capture the window, and then it adds padding around it. And that padding ends up being transparent. At least that's my understanding of it. It's not. I would like an option to include the stuff behind it. Doesn't really bother me too much. Let's see. So Raven widget API. These widgets will automatically show up in Budgie Desktop settings. And let's see. I feel like this actually future. I think it makes sense here. This finally achieves our end goal. Let's see this documentation. Automatically show up in Budgie Desktop settings with the relevant developer information, such as the author, website, description, and copyright information. We also communicate if the application, if the plugin, widget plugin is built in, ships with Budgie or not. There's that. Okay. Let's see. So that's that. It doesn't do nearly enough justice to the work that was involved in it. Bear that in mind. Going to be Raven configuration. I'll say Raven customization. No, actually, it could be here. As a result of this re-architecture. I butchered that. The architecture around Raven and the work and leveraging past work on the plugin to panel widget plugin API. Raven widgets can now be positioned. Let's see. Can now be positioned to your heart's content. For example, if you want, oh, actually, Raven widgets can be positioned to your heart's content, and you can even remove the ones you don't want, as opposed to just hiding them, like our past implementation, such as calendar. Yeah, I don't need to like call out any particular one. Let's see. New usage monitor widget. Budgie 10.7 ships with a new Raven widget. Let's see. All of our existing, all of the widgets that ship with Budgie Desktop leverage the same plugin architecture as third-party ones will. It's a new Raven widget called Usage Monitor. This is a minimalistic, not simple, minimalistic widget that displays CPU, RAM, swap usage, more statistic, and more. Let's see. What I could do now is we don't really care about this because it's not. Take a screenshot of the entire screen. We'll do 5 seconds. Probably a little bit too much. We'll do 3 seconds. My thing is kind of a bad example because I'm not using any swap. So but it is what it is. Let's see. I mean, I feel like maybe I should group new and updated widget design. Good morning, Evan. I think I'll do that because it feels a little weird, like having such a small, like snippet, like this usage monitor without the context of all of Raven. So I think I might do that. So what if I did? Let's sort out the canvas size first. Canvas size 3840 minus 3840. Okay, so we only have this now. Let's try 1920 by 1080. But all the way here. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Oh, it is. Okay, nice. Very happy about that. Let's see. Budgie. Oh, no, it's actually Raven widget. I will do that. New and improved Raven widgets. So we'll have this down here. Let's add the image. I don't think it's called Raven function. Of course, we got to make sure all these are. So all right. So Budgie Desktop. I would say it's sort of like a mixture of, as a result of our work on the Raven stuff and in preparation for like the new internal theme. The different widgets have been redesigned. Let's see. Budgie 10.7 includes updates to our updates to some of our existing widgets, Raven widgets, alongside a brand new one. Okay. Let's see. So I think maybe headers would be a bit overkill. Header levels. I feel like a bullet list might actually be fine here. Let's see. The media player widget now has a more compact design with, let's see, in preparation for, I'll just say it has a new compact design. Let's see. Artwork is now displayed. It's sort of like standalone. It's, because it's not displayed more prominently because we're no longer overlaying. We'll just do, it has a more compact design. Let's see. You can now click on, let's see, various refinements to margins and paddings of widget components. Media player now has a more compact design. You can now click on the, let's see, I guess it would be widget header icons for sound output and input to mute the respective. Guess who's awake? Damn, Campbell, did your partner actually drag your ass out of bed, or did you wake up on your own accord? That's what I want to know. She threatened it, you know, like she said, if he needs to get his ass up, you know, I'll come over there. I'll drag him out of bed. It's like, no, he could sleep. He could sleep in for the beginning of the stream. He's gonna be there for the stand up though. And she favorited it, so she knew that if you weren't gonna wake up, there was gonna be a reckoning from her, not from me, from her, right? Yeah, I'll set up the thingamajig a little bit. I'm not sure how that's gonna work with device usage. We'll find out, I guess. Yeah, but then she'd have to drive over an hour to get here, and that absolutely is not happening. True. Yeah. Now click on the respective. Mute the device without. Yeah. It's a pretty big deal. We now have a new Raven widget called Usage Monitor. This is a minimalistic widget that displays CPU, RAM, and swap usage. Okay. There was also something related to, sure. Oh yeah, day names. You can now turn off day names in the count widget. All right, so that's that section covered. Let's see. It's this, that updated, new positioning that's been covered. New selector design. I'm gonna cover. I already sort of covered that, but I'll do it for. I'll have to double check Budgie menu things. We'll keep that at the top. Let's see. Other changes. other changes. Here is a short list of some other changes to Raven. Our strip, which has been off since the 10.5 or 10.4. Put 10.5 for now. 10.5 off by default since 10.5 has been formally deprecated in favor of our improvements around the power dialog and deprecated in favor of our improvements around the power dialog and more accessible power options via Budgie menu. Cool. Probably other stuff. Let's see. But for now, I mean, I know there's going to be notification improvements, but that's going to be like its own section. You know what? We'll do this. There. Alignments. Let's see. Been made to origins. There. There's that. Iconography is same ish. There hasn't really been any changes in that front. Can't think of anything. Swap should be. Yeah. Fair point. Damn freaking abomination that is like the Evolve OS / Solus installer for idolizing is swap like breaking my brain. Helium and Matrix says, I wonder if it works with swap file too. I have no idea. I don't even know if I'm using a swap file or if it's a swap partition. I want to say it's a partition. I probably check though. Well, I mean, I don't have. Yeah, I mean, it must, because I have swap. So I think it's just a swap file. Or it doesn't show up under this ButterFS thing, which is also a possibility. Anyways, let's go ahead and do the whole prep thingy for the stand-up. So again, for those that don't know, every Saturday we have this thing called a stand-up in our Buddies of Budgie Matrix server. And what we do is a lot of us developers will go around and have sort of a roundtable discussion, talking about what we have been up to this week or not up to, and sort of it also provides a floor for people to provide their insights, their opinions on things, as well as providing an opportunity for people that aren't developers to get involved if they want to. How many people in the discussion? Well, right now there's 0 because I haven't started it. And it depends. I would say typically it's 3 of us. So it'd be David, aka Foss Freedom from Ubuntu Budgie. It'll be Evan from Solus. And it'll be Campbell from Arch, and then it'll be me. So 4 in total. Me plus 3 others. And then sometimes Helium will join. Helium's just an end user. And he'll talk about something in like the development channel itself. So But I don't know if I'm gonna like actively. I mean, there might be a way if you like read the URL and type it in for you to join. I if you're not gonna, I sort of not want that though. To be honest, just because I can't actually control the behavior of people on stream when it's being transmitted like this. There's a risk factor there. So I might just do it through, since I don't have to do any screen sharing. I might actually just do it through Element itself instead of opening it up separately. Yeah, I guess what I'll go ahead and do is pause this music because it is about time, and we'll do the stand up. So let me go ahead and fire it up. Hopefully, it'll be able to use my audio devices. Otherwise, it's going to be a little awkward. We'll do a video call. I'll join it. Let's see. You need to enable microphone and camera access. Okay. What if I join by default? It seems to work. I don't know what audio device it's showing, but it's not showing my webcam, which is a little unfortunate. What if I do this? No? Okay. Um well then. Hi Evan, you're on stream.
Hello, hi stream.
Let me go ahead and increase the volume here, because I want to make sure that they can actually hear. That would be good.
That would probably be good, yeah.
That would be good, yes. It would also be nice to know which thing is gonna. Can you say something now?
Mic check, mic check.
Okay, it's not that Chromium. Is it this Chromium? Say something again.
Radio check again. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's way better. Okay, thank you. It was apparently the second Chromium thing listed, not the first one. But
Okay.
yeah, and let's see. I don't know if the wife is this. If she is, it would be kind of dope to have the second webcam be brought in.
Second webcam.
Yes.
Oh, for
So I could have there, but I mean, like people see me, but you guys can't see me, so it's like a little. It just feels a little weird. Is all.
that's what the second monitor's for, right?
Okay. Let's see. Let me ask. Can you bring other webcam? Let's see. Let's see if she could rescue it. Then the question is, which freaking thing am I gonna plug it into? Oh, there's a port down there. It's also plugged. Not on cam, but from the side. Yeah. Okay. Obviously, she doesn't want to be on cam, which is, I think, acceptable.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey, hi.
I don't know why.
Hello.
It seems like the first time I joined with the Jitsi widget, it just doesn't work, and I have to reload the page. Move my camera. Yeah, it's better.
So you got your blankie there.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's a really nice blanket. I have a couple hoodies on the back of the chair, but
Yeah.
gotta stay comfy.
Let's see. Usually how it goes. Oh. Okay. We'll see how this works. I'm gonna. You guys don't need to see me up close, so let me turn off that webcam real quick.
Oh, Helium wants to know what my posters are. So I've got 3 in here. That one's Into the Spider-Verse, which is a great movie. If you haven't seen it, you should check it out. It's very different from the typical Marvel live-action movie where they beat the bad guy and everyone's happy. It's just really tonally very nice, and the animation's superb. Got Interstellar, which is my other favorite movie,
Oh, here we go.
and a not movie, Hat in Time. It's a video game, and it's really great. I'd recommend it.
Nice. Let's see. Will you please? There we go. Ah, I now am in 2 places, which is really trippy. Maybe I could turn off I'll turn off this one. There we go. Okay, then I'm only visible in
Winnie.
one place. Right. I don't know if Mr. Fostrom is joining today. It do be like that sometime, right?
Might be busy with the Debian stuff.
That is true. Let's go ahead and full screen this, and let's maybe collapse some of these things. All right, so let me know in Twitch chat if you could hear them. Probably yell at me if you don't. I should say. How about that? Then we don't have to have this awkward waiting time. All right, so I think we all know what we've probably been up to, but let's go ahead and discuss it anyways. So I have been, unsurprisingly, writing the release notes for Budgie 10.7, and I was doing some PR reviews, and then, as part of my internal theme rework, I also had like the automatic hiding of Budgie menu when you were clicking on like the icons. I went ahead and ported that over, so that way you don't have to. They're quite low. Well, they're not speaking yet, so that's probably why. But I'll go ahead and increase it a little bit. Anyways, but I went ahead and backported that, so we don't have to really think about it. Hey, David. So that's in, and then general release prep. So writing the release notes on stream, and that sort of thing, and then any sort of QA pass to be done, and then tomorrow will be the big release. So of Budgie 10.7, as well as the tagging of Budgie Desktop View, and I think Budgie Desktop View anyway, and at least Budgie Control Center. I think that there's an item in Desktop View that needs to get in related to desktop naming changes. I'll double check on that. So yeah, that's gonna be it. I've been dog fooding the fingerprint stuff on my laptop. It worked. It continues to work flawlessly as an update, David. So thank you for that. And hilariously enough, there's an ad in progress, so people are.
Yeah, I see it. It's like, wow, good time for that.
Yeah, gotta make gotta make that sweet money off those 7 viewers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's my plan for the next couple days, and we'll see how long the release notes take, because there's a lot.
Yeah,
And
10.7 kind of chonky.
Yeah, it really is.
10.7 is the bird that ate too much before it went into hibernating, and it came out, and it is fat. It needs to fly and lose some of that weight, because oof.
Mm-hmm.
We have Budgie menu stuff, we have run dialog, we have the application indexer, we have notification stuff, we have Raven. Like we have a lot. I know I'm gonna miss some of it. Some of it might only end up equating to like a couple paragraphs, because it's kind of hard to communicate relevancy search stuff, right? So that's quite difficult to talk about, especially given it's more like shifting that code so it can be leveraged in Budgie run dialog. But I did incorporate that, and I will touch on. I haven't written the section for a run dialog yet. And of course, like, it's kind of hard to communicate the stuff around Raven widget API, but it's there. I even installed dev help, which I never do because I never use GDK doc. But I did that, and took a screenshot of it, because it's like, this is the only way I could really show that we have APIs. And like,
Yeah, because we don't have the website doc yet.
yeah,
We'll get there.
We'll get there. Yes, and I was actually working at work a couple days ago on DocuSource stuff. So
cool.
I have real world proper experience, and I know the faults and I know the good things about DocuSource now. So there might be some changes around how we do infrastructure to address some of that. Yeah. So there's all that around Budgie. So yeah. What about you, Evan?
Well, this past week I've been working on the Bluetooth indicator. Let me see. The demo should hopefully be a little better this time, now that I actually understand what went wrong.
Nice.
Oh, I missed this last week, didn't I?
Volume is very
Oh,
low.
yeah, you did.
You were getting your beauty sleep, weren't you?
I had to prepare for a party, which was very emotionally taxing, but it was a great time.
Let's see if that works, Molly. Let me know.
Okay, so still no styling whatsoever. I figured with the theme rewrite in progress, I wouldn't do any of that till most of that was done anyway. For those of you that haven't seen it, this is the new Bluetooth indicator. We have a little settings button. We have a toggle to turn Bluetooth on and off. And then we have all of our devices. And theoretically, this part doesn't quite work. But if I turn on this Bluetooth device on my desk,
Wow,
shows
it
us
immediately showed up.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay.
yeah, I noticed that the control center seems to automatically set discovery mode whenever it's open. And I thought the pairing issues that I was having was related to that.
Hmm.
However, it still doesn't quite work as expected. If I click pair devices, and hopefully I didn't miss the window.
Yeah,
There's
because like
Bluetooth.
yeah, you did. Damn. Okay.
How did we standardize on such a terrible,
Process.
terrible protocol?
So bad.
Yeah.
Try that
But
again.
turn it down just a little.
This
Yeah,
is why
it's-
I still
it's
haven't
loud,
bought wireless
sorry.
headphones.
Pair devices.
No,
Nope, it's not
Campbell,
going to do it that time either.
keep your iPhone. Get some Bluetooth headphones. It'll be fine.
And only try this one more time. Otherwise, we might be here forever.
It's the demo effect. It's okay.
Yeah. And
We've
this
all
is the
been
most
there.
reliable device that I have.
Right.
No, it doesn't
Come
want to play
on.
nice
Nope.
today.
Okay.
Well, sometimes it works. Usually it's a little more reliable, but what I want to do is look into the control center code and figure out how it does it, because for some reason when I pair this device, it connects and it shows it's connected and it works, but when you disconnect it, it's no longer paired. And I don't understand how that can be.
Right.
So
Looks really good though.
Yeah.
I actually might end up taking some cues from this, from the way you've set up the how disconnecting or how disconnect is underneath the name. I might end up taking a cue from that for the network dialogue, because I was wondering where to put that. That actually makes a lot of sense.
yeah, I think having it there with the widget makes the most sense. And I still don't know how I want to display the battery, whether that should be an icon somewhere, a part of the revealer, some more status text. I don't know yet.
That's the trouble with GUI design, is figuring out where to put things when
Yeah.
you're space
Yes,
constrained.
Yeah. I mean,
very much so.
personally, I would probably truncate the label for the device name a little
yeah, I
bit
could do
more,
that
and
too.
then have like maybe the battery icon with the percentage on like the end, like the right for LTR, it's right hand side.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
So that way it's all in that one header, and then you have the disconnect, but below that, just as an idea.
Yeah, something to play around with. I thought I could be clever and use an an overlay and have the power icon on the main icon, but that actually looks very bad.
Yeah, I could imagine that looking really, really
I don't know why I thought that was a good idea.
I mean, it's worth trying.
Yeah.
It didn't last long.
Right.
Oh, and I wanted to ask, that's a pretty cool wallpaper. Where'd you get that one?
Ah, very good segue. That is a part of the new Budgie Backgrounds collection.
Wow. Crazy.
And I think that this wallpaper in particular might have been contributed by our very own Win8 Linux in chat.
Wow. Crazy.
Anyway,
I
yeah.
wanted to.
Since your Bluetooth thing is probably going to be done before my network indicator, well, definitely at this point, since I have status notifier to work on, I'll do a style pass over it
I'm curious
uh, towards the end.
if you have only one device connected, how crazy would it be to show it within the Bluetooth like panel widget itself, like the battery icon? Or do we think that would get confusing and maybe like people would think that's related to the like laptop battery life if they had both or something?
I think that would get pretty confusing.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would probably be bad for laptop users.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. Um, One thing I would like to be able to do is change the Bluetooth panel icon when Bluetooth is off to be the Bluetooth disconnected icon, but I'm not sure if that's technically possible because of the way the status uh, applet widgets
Right.
are. I don't know if you know if that can be done or if that would
What?
require.
Changing the icon if no, yeah, you can do that. I mean, considering the
I mean,
bizarre stuff I'm doing with the icons with the Wi-Fi or network indicator, you could probably do that.
I mean, and we do also update the icon for the sound applet as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I should have looked at that.
Yeah, I mean, the way I do icon stuff in the network indicator is really weird because I have multiple icons depending on the interfaces, but you could definitely
Yeah.
just change it depending on the status.
Who set this in? Ah, Helium. I should have known. I love you, Helium. So maybe just connect and forget. Same with yeah. As I said, I haven't done any styling at all, so the button sizing definitely.
I'm not sure if the label for, I mean, I'm not sure if device is necessary as part of the text for like forget device. I think probably could just be forget.
Yeah, I think so.
That would probably work.
Also, I just want to add, you're doing it the right way. You're making sure the functionality's in there before doing all the styling. I'm bike shedding the shit out of what I do.
Well, I figured there's little point in doing it now when it's just going to be changed anyways, and I
Yeah.
figured it might make yours and Josh's life easier with the styling.
Yeah.
Because with the styling, I forget if you said when you're turning that for, but this is probably going to be after that anyway.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. It depends on and actually I meant to I forgot to cover this as part of my roundup, but I'll cover it after everybody else has covered theirs, but like related to internal theming stuff because I talked about it at the top of the actual stream, but not during the stand up.
And Helium, could you clarify what you mean? Also, maybe those buttons in the pop-up on the right. I don't understand what
Oh,
that.
maybe they mean on the right of like the device text or something. Maybe that's what they mean.
Maybe? I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Or another pop up.
Just didn't mean to
Hey,
do
hey,
that.
hey, bro! I heard you like pop ups, so we put a pop up in your pop up.
The funny thing is, there's actually a pop-up dialog when you do forget device, because I wanted that confirmation action.
I like that. Yeah.
And personally, I've always found it like a little silly to have like the confirmation as like part of the pop over itself. So having it be separate is like perfectly fine.
Yeah, because I did that with trash applet,
Right.
or if you delete a thing, it has this little sub dialog. You want to permanently delete this, which is at times clunky, but I mean it worked. But yeah, that could probably note to self. Make that a dialogue later.
Got to be careful with the dialogue though, because if there's a dialogue from a panel, wouldn't that freeze the from a
True.
panel outlet? That will freeze the entire panel.
Yeah, that's kind of the downside.
Because it captures the input.
Right.
Oh yeah, that's why Budgie Desktop Settings does that. Because it's part of the panel.
Yeah.
Huh, didn't think about that.
Yeah, stuff for us to resolve for 11.
Yep.
Like separating out Budgie Desktop things, which fortunately will be part of the control center at that point. But in a theoretical universe where it wasn't, having it just be a separate thing that wasn't in the panel source code would be quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's looking really good.
Thank you.
All right, shall we move on to Mr. David over there?
So for my end, a quiet week in terms of Buddy stuff. It's internal distro stuff I've been doing and other open source projects I'm involved with. Mainly making sure that the packaging is up to date. The only thing I'm really waiting for now is the actual announcement, so I can copy paste that into the changelog itself, and then I can upload it into Debian. I wrote some brief notes for BCC. Thanks, Campbell, for updating that. It did make a lot more sense after you've fertiled it. I think that's about it, really, effectively. So I'm ready from my end to upload it to Debian, and then cross fingers. Let's see if we can get it through the 2 stages that I need to before the first freeze date.
Debian or Riot?
Hmm.
He's like, no, Josh, behave. Cool.
No issues with Ubuntu on that because we will release with it anyway.
All right.
Debian Ubuntu might get 10.7 before Solus does because our websites are still down.
Yes, I saw that. Been for the entire week and a bit now. Yeah.
Yes.
Has it been nice having all that free time on your hands though? Yeah. Or have you been like that meme of that guy that's just like looks at a pool, looks out into the middle of nowhere? Do you know what I'm talking about? You're like,
yes, yep. I think more that one.
You're like, wait, this hollow emptiness inside of me. I don't have packages to update. What is this? Or I do have packages to update. I just can't.
Yeah, more like the second.
Yeah. It's okay. You guys will get it sorted.
Yeah.
Just use a bigger hammer, that's all I say.
Exactly.
Yep. Right. And what about you, Campbell?
So I have paused for a bit on the status indicator stuff, or status notifier, and just kind of been doing some little paper cut stuff in preparation for 10.7. Kind of a slew of issues over the last couple days.
Yeah.
Triaging stuff. There's a lot of bugs with the icon task list that I wanted.
Never. What are you talking about?
that I want to see if I could tackle a couple of them for 10.8.
Yeah.
But for now, yeah, I'm keeping it quiet so I can keep an eye on issues until we get 10.7 out the door, and then I'm gonna go back to status notifier and see if I can get some of the icon task list stuff done.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep my eye out as well for any weirdisms that could be quickly fixed. Nothing that really has stood out to me yet. Element continues to be Element, but otherwise the notification stuff works fine. There has been a couple things where if I spam notify send, it'll just miss some and not render it.
It's always done that, and I still have no clue why.
But, the likelihood of somebody in a real world scenario sending notify send for legitimate things several times in 1 second, probably quite minimal. So
I would say
Yeah,
so.
so
the weird thing is, it seems like the window is created and it's clearly in the right space because if you do another one, it appears on top of it. But for some reason, it just doesn't show, and it did that even before the notification rework stuff.
Hmm.
So have, I would love to know why it does it. It's pretty rare, but yeah.
well, either way, notification stuff is just drastically improved in 10.7 anyways.
Yeah.
So God
Yay.
forbid there's a couple bugs and we have to have a 10.7.1, which we will probably have anyways.
We'll
Or
probably have that, yeah.
or if we're quick enough for 10.8, just all the bug fixes, all the features immediately into 10.8. We'll see. Cross fingers. Yeah. Was there anything else, Campbell?
Well, I'm preparing. Well, I've been mentally preparing for the bump on the Arch side. There's a lot of stuff around Git packaging. The other Arch or the Arch devs are trying to get the move from SVN to Git in the first quarter of this year, finally. So preparing for that, I've been keeping an eye on that. I want to create a Budgie package group, sort of like what Debian and Ubuntu did, just so someone can, run pacman-s Budgie and get all the Budgie packages. The question for me is, do I want to include Budgie backgrounds in that? And I'm still undecided on.
Budgie backgrounds, when I package it for Fedora, it is going to be part of the component or the comp/group for it. So when you install the group for Budgie Desktop, it also pulls in the backgrounds.
Okay.
And actually, that reminds me, we should probably swap out our default background.
Yes, we do need to do that.
I just don't know which one. Like, do we have a preference, or? I mean, of course, everybody probably has a personal preference, but is there one we could decide on?
Well, the question then becomes, because we have in Budgie, well, we might need to pick one that isn't in Budgie backgrounds, because I don't know if we want to require Budgie backgrounds be installed for someone to have a default background,
Oh, I was thinking just copy pasta. Yeah, but I don't know if it would
Oh
show
yeah,
up.
because wait, the default doesn't show up in Control Center. Yeah. Okay. I kind of like the mountain range one. That was the first one that got included in Budgie backgrounds.
Okay. Are you talking about Lake Sherburne?
Yeah, that one.
It is quite nice. I was thinking, like, Roman Coliseum is quite a nice one as well. Beacon Street Sunset.
Yeah, I'd also put a vote in for Beacon Street. It's just a really beautiful image in general.
Any thoughts, David and Evan?
Wow, that is pretty. I actually like the abstract backgrounds myself.
I'll be honest with you, I haven't looked really at Budgie backgrounds simply because I haven't.
Yeah,
I'm not going to be packaging that until August, September time.
fair enough.
I can give you a screenshot of what we have. Let's put it in development.
Does Twitch chat have any preference? I'll try to zoom in on the.
So we were thinking either. Well, I was thinking top left, but third from the left on the second row would be my second choice.
Mine are going to be different because I'm showing them. Ilium says Coliseum is better.
I mean, the Coliseum image is really nice.
Bjorner says abstract. So it seems like everybody is just everywhere.
Yeah, everyone has a different opinion. I mean,
I guess
you are the
I-
BDFL. In theory, you can just pick what you want because you've always been the one to pick background. So we could just pawn this off on you.
Oh, damn it.
we could do the whole like Twitter/Mastodon tournament poll thing where you
we could do that.
select like 3 at a time and people vote. And
Yeah,
then you do
but
that like
you only
30
have
times, go through all of them.
like 1 day really to.
Yeah,
rounds.
because we're doing this tomorrow.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
skip that to 10.8 because if you want a visual change, that's one of the instant things. You got an awful lot in 10.7, and you know what blogs are like. Anything with a visual change, they jump on. So you got more than enough to release with.
I think it'd be good to pick a new one, but it is easier since we have a bunch to choose from. I'd say just take Beacon Street and go with it. Oh wait, no. Coliseum, because the current one already has an orange tone. I wouldn't want to jump to another one with similar color.
Okay.
Wait, what's the current default picture? I didn't even know we had one. Well, that's because on Solus we do our own thing.
Yeah, exactly. You
On
guys,
Debian-
you guys have
on
souls
Debian,
artwork.
Debian implies they don't default. You see, it's just easier.
I want to say it's like some sandstone one.
Yeah, it's sandstone. Because
Oh.
Arch doesn't chip background, so it just uses the default.
All right, Roman Colosseum it is. That'll be the default. So.
And unlike the Roman Colosseum, 10.7 will last maybe a month. Maybe 2.
Yeah, and then we could change it for 10.8 as well.
If you're gonna change it, please call it default.jpg.
Yeah.
We'll keep it default.jpg.
Yeah.
Okay, so it has been decided. If somebody wants to do that as a PR, they're welcome to. Otherwise, I could do it after the stream or during the stream. It doesn't really.
Are these 4K images you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah,
they are
they're
all
all
4K.
4K.
Yeah, Jinx, you owe me a soda.
I'm not shipping one all the way over to Finland.
I was going to say the
Not
shipping
happening.
costs would be more than the soda.
They would, yeah, by a lot.
That was a requirement. Is they all need to be 4K because I have
Yeah.
I have a 4K monitor and I will not stand for upscaled images. Downscaling I'm fine with because it's not messing with the quality.
Yep.
Now watch me upgrade to a 5K mod. Like, all right, guys, well, we have to rip out all these images. 5K time.
Oh, yeah, that'd make things a lot harder.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna do it. Yeah.
Good.
Right. Well, anything else for the stand-up?
That's all for me.
It's okay for me.
Same here.
Alrighty, everyone. Well, now Twitch chat. Actually, I would say no. Oh, actually, no. My ad starts in 2 minutes, so perfect timing, I guess.
Oh, what about the theme stuff?
Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, so I mentioned at the beginning, the top of the stream, that yeah, obviously the internal theme redesign has been deferred to 10.8, and it has been very interesting to work on the internal theme across and validating it across different GDK themes, because I have been doing so against Adwaita and Materia, although looking back, and I guess forward, it's likely I'll just be testing against Adwaita and Pocolo, because Pocolo is actually developed. But it's been quite challenging. So I think there has been and will be quite a bit more work that needs to be involved in the internal theme, in order to actually make stuff like the GDK scales, so like the sliders, actually be consistent. Because the second I get it done and it looks fine in Adwaita, it looks awful in Materia. So I guess the question is, if we are going to prioritize one or the other, if it has to be done, what would we want to prioritize? Like Pocolo, like it looking good in Pocolo and Materia, or in Adwaita, depending on
Both.
like. I mean, that would be nice, but
What two themes you're talking about?
yeah, because
I would say probably. Well, yeah. I mean, I think people should be able to select Adwaita, but it is Adwaita, so I would say probably Pocolo. But I am still going to be validating it on Arc and Matcha
right.
when you put the PR in.
Yeah,
So
the problem, there's a lot of issues related to how the highlight is what it's referred to, and the scale itself, which is like the actual thumb that you would think of in the scale, how they're rendered. Some are using backgrounds as like background images. Some are just doing it with good old CSS and radial gradients. And when I make a change to one, the sizing is different depending on the theme, and there's like borders that are different, and overriding one looks awful in the other. It's really bad. I'm gonna basically attempt like our own GDK theme with all the styling overrides for this, not to like force it on Pocolo, but like when you enable the built-in theme, as an example. Not getting rid of theming. Um to try to get it to work. But GDK is fighting me. So that was my update on that, is I have like been working on it. But I spent like 6 hours the other night staying up late, messing with GDK scales to try to get it to work. It's not fun.
I do have to wonder if we can override the GTK theme to Adwaita just for the panel and not for the settings app, for the purposes of making sure that the built-in theme is consistent.
Well, I also discovered something fun, which was we weren't doing proper resets of widget styling in Raven either this entire time. So it looking the way it does, and as consistent as it does across different themes, is purely by accident.
Wait, they really haven't been themed this whole time?
They have been partially themed, but not everything has been extended properly. Because I discovered this because when I went to do it properly, everything broke.
Oh, wow.
So there is it's in a really bad state, guys.
That actually explains a few things.
Yeah, it's bad. So it's
Add 3 of 5? Oh my god, Josh.
I don't say how many I just have it run an ad and it decides how many. Sorry.
I need my dogs to chill out. This is ridiculous.
I agree. 3 out of 5. I mean, I would be barking mad as well.
I only got 4.
Yeah. And anyways, so that has been the story of internal theme stuff. So
Did you ever fix Raven expanding indefinitely?
I did, yes, and that was fortunately fixed by a couple things. So I discovered it was an issue with the fact that, and this is talking about our old media player widget, but our old media player widget would have a function that would queue a resize on the background as well as the entire widget to match the artwork album size. So you would always have an overlay on top of the actual artwork that was identical width. So if the width was different, it would change it. And then GDK didn't know what to do during the queue resize, so it would continue just expanding it over and over and over and over again. When I started my redesign of the media stuff and I ripped out all that code, it fixed it. And then with Cerebit's Fancy Pants compact design now for the media player, it no longer does that. It's sane. It doesn't want to take over all 3 of my monitors. So that's good.
Excellent.
Yes, I agree. I like Raven. I don't like it that much. So that has been fixed. So just also be aware not to try not to rely on queue resizing and queue draws for that when you're implementing Raven widgets. Just trust in Raven and let it do the layout and scaling itself, please.
I'll warn the team. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because we know the Ubuntu Budgie people. Like by the time like 10.7's release tomorrow, you guys will have like 10 widgets out and like
Yep.
Shh, I'm not saying anything.
I must say, I'm quite interested in seeing what you guys plan to come up with.
yeah.
Yeah, me too.
We've got quite a few ideas, so yeah.
Well,
Plenty time for until our particular release, but we'll share as and when.
well, you are also welcome to upstream them as you see fit. Of course,
Indeed, yeah.
Of course, I understand, because I used to lead Solus. I understand that you guys want to have value add on top of a default experience and compared to other operating systems as well. Totally on board with that as well.
Whilst I think about it, we were discussing yesterday. I don't know if you're aware, in GNOME Shell they wrote a section in Mutter to enable you to take screen recordings. So that's part of the Mutter API. Is that something you're interested in? Because
yeah.
it's easy enough to implement. So we were looking at the API yesterday, and we were sort of playing around with a slight tweak and a tuck on the screenshot stuff, basically to say, well, is it a static image or do you want to do a screen recording of an area?
That would be awesome.
That sounds sick. Yeah, let's do it.
Yes, please.
If you're interested in that, we can have a look at that. Yeah, so it's pretty straightforward to do. So we were thinking of doing that.
That would be awesome. Yeah.
All right, I'll let the team know on that one.
Sweet. Well, you guys heard it here first. Future Budgie 10 release may, depending on how easy it is to achieve, have built-in screen recording. 7.4.
There we go.
Cool.
Lots of
just
maybes.
Before I forget to mention this before this closes, I would recommend investigating if you could just force a GTK theme on the panel and not on settings, because that would make the internal theme a hell of a lot easier to implement.
Yeah, and there is part of the CSS provider and the applying of the themes, like the API around that, to prioritize the GTK application theming. I need to double check our code around that to see how we do that in relation to our toggling of the built-in theme as well.
Okay.
To make sure that we're not breaking themes for other people, because we actually care about them.
Yes, we do. But yeah, I'm very interested to see. Well, yeah, the screen recording stuff sounds awesome. Yeah, I'd love to see that, because then I could get rid of simple screen recorder. And yeah, I am considering I made the API. I'm very interested to see what you guys come up with regards to new Raven widgets.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye on that.
Cool. Well, I think that wraps up the stand-up. We don't have a Neil here to be super chaotic, so yeah.
Okay. Well, look forward to seeing the release tomorrow, and I'll chuck it up into Debian straight away.
Yeah, and thank you to all of you for your contributions to making the release possible and making it as feature-rich and all that as it is. So it's really appreciated. Lots of fantastic work by the team all around. I will take this opportunity, because Sarabit is here, to remind you, you never submitted those things for reimbursement.
Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't. I don't know how to do that, actually. I never submitted it. Oh wait, what did I? Oh, the shirt, right?
He's far too rich a student to do that. Yeah.
And
I can do that.
And come 10.7 with its release, I'm gonna audit the invoices and see what we could do about having you guys, including you, David, unless you want it to be a direct contribution to Ubuntu Budgie, to like financially compensate for the work that's been done on various parts of it.
If you're going to do anything, just do it to the project, and we've got an open collective as well. So
okay, good. Yeah, just to make sure that you know, all the notification stuff and budget menu stuff and Raven widget bits are dished out in terms of compensation and reimbursement, and we're not having a massive pool of money that's just sitting there for. Well, massive is a bit generous, but you know, go to our open collective, people. Thank you. All right.
Cheers, guys. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Have a good one.
Good
Have
luck with the
fun.
rest of the stream.
Yep.
Cheers.
Bye bye. Wasn't that something, chat? That was something, wasn't it? You guys probably got like 10 ads. But hey. Now you know what it's like. And that is actually how it's like. Just us shooting the shit, talking about what we've been up to. Teasing each other about random things. It's quite fun. You're always welcome to join. It's not only for Budgie Desktop developers. You know, Helium, like he was listening through the stream, but usually like he's not a developer. So yeah, I need to like mess with the audio because otherwise my ears are gonna explode when I turn on things again. So just give me a sec. Let's reduce this. And you guys are gonna have to let me know what the levels are like. So if I turn this, oh yeah, that's loud. Turn that down quite a bit. Okay. Turn that down there. All right. Let me know. Can you hear it? Is it too loud? Is it too quiet? Like what's the situation? I feel like it's a little too loud in my ears, so I might turn it down a little bit here, but turn it up for you guys. So I'll turn it up just a tad. Let's see. A little quiet? Okay, what about now? Is that any better? All right. Well, let's go ahead and can't hear a difference. Okay, fair enough. We'll crank it up a little bit more. And we'll go with that for now. You know. All right. So we have Raven widgets. We have the API itself, Raven, Budgie Control Center panel stuff for Budgie menu. That's all done. Next up is I guess Budgie run dialog, huh? So let's do that. Let's have it under here. 1, 2 Budgie run dialog. Okay, and I'm gonna open up the PR for that. Which was, I think I lost it last year. Yes, and it's in 10.7 in the milestone. Yes. So Budgie run dialog has been updated in 10.7 to leverage the new. Is that a go for the background? It is, yes. I am glad you recognized that. I got it from, because they don't like, it's like unofficial merch. Let me find where. Here. This isn't sponsored. Just there, LinkedIn chat. Yeah, I got the blue one. I might have to get a pink one as well. Maybe at some point. There we go. Quality's good. No complaints. It's a plushie. What do you expect? So, ships from China. Debatable how legal the merchandise is. Not my problem. Maybe the Golang people should reintroduce the store and make it international. Right, so Budgie run dialog has been updated in 10.7 to leverage the new application indexer and relevancy search service, enabling it to Actually, I would say should get a rust crab to go along with it. If you let's see, I don't know if chat links are allowed, but at the very least it will remove it, but I should see it. If you find one that ships international, I'll have to pick one up. Be very dope. Let's see. Jira dialog has been updated in 10.7 to leverage the application indexer and relevancy search service, enabling it to have consistent search results. Paired to Budgie alongside this update. Actually, that's so we have introduced. By the way, Evan, you are a lifesaver when it comes to actually having good descriptions in your pull requests. I have been able to just actually properly copy pasta some of these into the release notes. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I don't know what that is. You keep saying that word and I don't know what it is, Winnie Linux. Sorry. And I'm kind of scared to Google it on stream. Let's see. Alongside this update we have introduced. It's the shark plush I had on my bed. It's from IKEA. Okay. Blue shark in Swedish. Thank you. Fair enough. I've introduced a couple visual changes as well. There we go. Perfect. So let's do this. Prepare your ears because there will be a screenshot taken. If somebody wants to quickly shoehorn in a change that allows you to turn off the sound and make it a setting, Budgie screenshot, that would be very nice. Let's see, but until then, we're gonna delay this by like 8 seconds. Actually, let's see, what should we even have as the do that. Take a screenshot of the entire screen. Fire up this. We'll type in Verdium. Oh my god, Firefox. Not exactly the best thing. Maybe A to show all things, or K. Okay, we'll use K instead. Let's trash this and do it again. Sorry in advance for your ears. And we will open this up in GIMP. I should really see if there's like a script I could write to automate. There's like this Python foo and script foo stuff. I just wrote a script that would automatically do the canvas resize and all that for me. It needs to be 3840. And then 3040. Then what I want to do is have a canvas size here. We're going to go with 1920, but we're not going to change the height. We'll do this first. And then, yes, I agree that the screenshot tool should be able to only capture one monitor. The Budgie screenshot applet, the unofficial thing, was it capable of doing that? I suspect, I don't want to add anything or commit to adding anything in 10.8, but I think it would be, it's been discussed, having the ability to choose a particular screen. So I would also like that. Okay, so if we do this, I want it in the center, but I also need to account for the, I think it needs to be 04. No, it needs to be 5 584? 586, I think. No. That's wrong. Okay. Be nice if I could do a live preview of this. Maybe one day when GIMP has like finally released, I don't know, that GDK3 port. I assume it'll happen in the next decade. You know, probably when GDK7 is out, they'll be like, hey guys, that GDK3 port is done. Just in time for us to be moving to a different toolkit because there's no features left in GDK. Ah, that's fun. It's probably a bit much on the padding, but I like it for the consistent size of the budgie. Let's see, show preview. Yes, 122 kilobytes for that's perfect. Okay. We will add an image and we will do dialog. Set that. Perfect. All right, so that has been written up. That's been documented. Have it here. No. Budgie run dialog. Budgie screenshot. Budgie. Let's see. G10.7 introduces a new Budgie screenshot application built into the desktop that enables you to quickly take screenshots of windows, areas, or your entire, I think it's like an X screen. Because I don't want to say screen because I feel like that sort of implies individual displays when it's I think it's an X screen that has the displays within them or something like that. Or like an X workspace, whatever the terminology is. I'll just say entire screen. Most people are probably just going to be running like one screen, let's be honest. It hurts me to know that, but it doesn't change the fact that they typically do. Entire screen, alongside, you no longer need to install a separate application for screenshot capabilities with Budgie Desktop no longer relying on GNOME screenshot as a default. Let's see. Maybe I should say Budgie Desktop. Budgie Desktop no longer relies on GNOME screenshot for its screenshotting capabilities. All of the existing, if I could spell that right, keybinds will now will now call Budgie screenshot. Actually, it's org.buddies of Budgie screenshot, which I feel like this looks a little weird. Let's have this be marked down. Budgie screenshot. I want to say that. What is Budgie? Budgie screenshot, yeah. Let's see. All the existing keybinds will now call. Let's see, yeah, Budgie screenshot. I would say all the existing default keybinds will now call Budgie screenshot. Users can still change to a different screenshotting solution, e.g. flame shot. I'd say still use. Users still have to use a different screenshotting solution should they desire. There isn't really much to say about it because it's a screenshot utility. Hey, you're probably wondering, okay, Josh, how are you going to take a screenshot of a screenshot thing? Well, watch this. I'm going to fire up GNOME screenshot. Right? We have this window here. I'm going to set it to a delay. Like, we'll do 5 seconds. Screenshot. This. See, like, GNOME screenshot doesn't make that, like, loud noise to me. It's not like, ah! I heard you like noise. Okay. What I will do is, like, a Windows selection of screenshot, GNOME screenshot, if it wants to capture it. I think I might be confused. Okay, no, it's just taking a while. And then we have this screenshot, right? And then we go back to this of GNOME screenshot, which I need to move. I can. This. Always on top. There we go. And then I take a screenshot of the screen again. So that way we get this view. All right. Yeah, there we go. We have all this. So let's do the usual dance, right? Oh no, but it took a screenshot of this one. Damn. For good measure, install a third screenshot tool like Flame Shot. Exactly. Yep. All right. Well, what I can do, I'll at the very least change the canvas size now. Again, 1920 by 1080. Center it. It's not going to be perfectly center. I don't care. We have this, right? Now what we do is open up Inkscape. And we paste it over here. And then because we have this, it's here. Perfect. And no one will be the wiser. Although, is that the... Wait, what did I take a screenshot of? Well, I'm actually, I just broke my own head. Did I accidentally... No, okay. What? Damn it. Okay, let's do this again. Screenshot. Open up screenshot. Oh, damn, but now it's offset. Screenshot. We're gonna just take a picture of another window. What do we want to take a screenshot of? Budgie desktop settings. Right? Had to wait. Okay. Now we have this. And then we close this, and then we take a screenshot of the screen, like so, which is then going to be here. We copy this to clipboard. We then paste to make sure we don't lose it. And it's still not showing that. Now this is going to be off. Brain. Please, just work. Okay. Now we have to do all this all over again. I don't know why I'm clicking on all this. It just... Okay. This is our screenshot. Okay. We're going to take a screenshot of this window. Okay. Then we open up, close this. We put this always on top. We move this. Let's see if we have to do a selection. Did it work yet? No, it refuses. It wants to believe that this is the actual... What the hell? How am I going to work around this? I might actually have to install a third. Like, no joke, I might actually have to install Flameshot. It has to be done. Like, a GNOME screenshot just refuses. Take a screenshot, right, but then it's going to be compressed, so I can't do that. Unbelievable. Let's just hope that Flameshot works to take a screenshot of our screenshot tool. It's down here. Let's see. Let's hope that worked. Guess we'll find out. What did it even save as? I wasn't paying attention. Feels like a chicken or the egg. It absolutely is. It's not that. Here. This might be it. Oh, thank you, Flameshot. We got it. We got it, guys. It only took like 20 minutes to do this. Okay. Can't believe that actually finally worked. All right. 1920, 1080. It's going to be centered, although it's going to be different positions, whatever. I don't even care anymore. Does anybody care? No. Nobody freaking cares. Paste it here. All right. And now three screenshot tools. Yep. But now let's close Flameshot. Okay. Now I need to do unclipping for all this. Delete. Delete. Oh, okay, so I did it this way. Right, so what I need then is have this in the background. This needs to be 1080, 1920 divided by 2. We have this one, and then we're gonna have a second one. So we'll have this. This will be center. Center, thank you. Which is technically offset. Okay. And then we need this one, which this needs to be actually slightly wider, but still in the center. Something like this, actually, because some of it's going to get eaten up. And the reason for that is to fix some of the weirdness that escape does with. We delete this, and then we do page. Same deal here. And then we put this. Actually, that's fine. Okay. All of that works. By the way, how big is your monitor? I'll pull it up here. So I have one 4K monitor here in the center, my primary 100% scaling. And then I have an identical 4K monitor to this to my left. And then on the right hand side, you can see it because it's so small. It's a 1080p monitor. So that's on my right. So that's my display configuration. So we're going to do the entire document as a JPEG. We're going to do Budgie screenshot. Oh no, why did... JPEG. Weird. Let's see. Close that. Open this. All right. Yeah, actually, if I pull up Control Center, let's just double check here. I go to where was it? Keyboard. Customization. We have Raven here. And we should have a thing for screenshots. Yeah. Nice. Must be great to code on. It is. It's a good problem to have when I can't actually maximize all my screen real estate. But it's so great to have like OBS open up and I have like the entire 1080p scene without any like resolution changes on the like left hand side, and like well, I mean, actually I could show a screenshot. Looks like you could see here, like I have YouTube open. It's very meta. I have the stream and then with GIMP showing this. Anyway, so you can see here, like this is the left hand one. All that's nice and fine. The middle one. And then on the right, I typically will have like my right hand monitor be communication stuff, except sometimes during work, I'll have like Slack open up on the left hand because it's easier to see a bunch of conversations and threads. Okay, so we have this. So we have Budgie screenshot documented. Let's see. We could rip out all this. Budgie screenshot. This can be removed as well. Okay. Panel configuration improvements. That's sort of an other item because it's more for the panel.ini. So centralized power controls is something we need to cover. Notifications, I think, will be next. Let's see. That'll be down here. notification enhancements. Let's see. Let's do notification. More notification enhancements. I don't think it was this one. I think it was an earlier one. Around the actual dbus refactor, or did that already happen? No, so this already happened. I think it was, and Evan, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it? I guess it's also these. There's a fair bit actually in notifications. Oh shit. Fix spec compliance as well. Yep. Notification group hash table fixes. Fixing the clear all signal. Because I don't think that got into 10.6. Did it? Let's see. Connected. No. But we have a lot to cover for notifications. Let us open this up. At the very least. Yeah, so PR contains several fixes and enhancements to the notification system. Here's a list of user-facing ones. Fix large icons pushing the close button. Add an animation to notification pop-up, opening and closing. They'll now fade. Only show 3 notification pop-ups at a time. Implement support for notification sounds, and that will be if they are enabled in Budgie Control Center. And they're off by default. Show a notification when showing alerts are unpaused. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. That's a big one. Let's see. Let's see. Good. Not 7. Let's see. I'll say, how do we want this? Animations. Let's see. A spec compliance. Notification summary. Let's see. All that. Okay, let's start summarizing all this. And for this, I'm not going to have an image. I'm going to have a video to show, so I can't do it now, but I'll at least write it up. Notifications will now fade in and out upon, let's see, on showing and closing of the showing and closing. There's also been improvements. I know there's been other notification like animations and stuff. Let's run them. Do general UX improvements. notifications. Here is a summary of let's see. And Evan, let me know if there's anything that I'm like skipping here, and like I haven't gone to the other PRs yet, of course, that you feel is really important and worth noting. Let's see. We're gonna. Actually, we're gonna make this a markdown thing. Technically, it's not a margin right; it's a margin end. I would say this is a general UX improvement. Notification pop-ups from stealing input focus. Notifications should no longer cause screen flickering when in a full screen application. And notifications. Is it when they're paused or is it in general? I forget. I want to say it's just in general. Let's see. We don't want that to be italicized, as pretty as that looks. Let's see. I'm gonna show notification pop-up. Spec. I would say spec and control center setting improvements have been made, supporting more of the notification spec. Free desktop notification spec. Namely, let's see, playing a notification sound when it has been explicitly enabled, and Budgie control center for an individual application. Not all applications will be displayed currently in Budgie. We'll do this. As not all applications will be not all applications will be displayed currently in Budgie Control Center, and some applications such as Element and Discord have separate capabilities to play notification sounds. We do not have sounds enabled by default. The application must namely playing notification sounds. Okay. Namely notification sounds are now supported. So, and then we'll rip this out. We do not have sounds enabled. An application must be explicitly, we'll just say must be enabled in notification sounds. I like this entire, let me read this from the top. improvements have been made in supporting more of the free desktop notification spec, namely, notification sounds are now supported, as not all applications will be displayed currently in Budgie Control Center, and some applications such as Element and Discord have separate capabilities to display notification sounds. We do not have sounds enabled by default. Let's see, or supported. Let's see. Applications that show in Budgie Control Center. I think it's in their explicit, like it's in the notifications as well. It's just we inherited this from GNOME Control Center, and the way they do notification handling here is just awful. Yeah, so it's not under applications, it's under notifications, and then the individual application. And you could disable sound alerts there. Applications that show in Budget Control Center under its notifications section can be configured to have sounds on or off. Alongside this, we now respect the don't show the show message content, and pop-ups option in Budgie Control Center, and will hide content when it is disabled there. That is one hell of a. Let me break this up. 2 paragraphs. It's a little bit more readable. Let's see. Actually, let's go ahead and have this in here because it's Raven related. Notifications are now sorted oldest to newest. Okay. So there's that. Let's see. Okay, so that's that PR. Shadows were just a general fix. Notifications should no longer cause screen flickering when a full screen application. Then we have return early, that was that part. Change label properties for notification bodies. Let's see. That is part of this change. Let's see. We're gonna I feel like I might end up needing to put this in here. We'll see. With carriers were added so that the body text always has the same minimum and maximum size per line. It's filled by the label. Lines is set to 2. So only 2 lines of text is displayed. I'm gonna keep that as is. It is as convoluted as it sounds. Let's see. You know what? I am just gonna take this screenshot. Save. Budgie notifications body text. Budgie. Okay. There might be some stuff I need to do. I have the image saved, so I could see. Because I don't think I could put it. How does this render? Little weird. I feel like it's because of this. Well, we'll reevaluate that later. Let's just try to write up all the stuff. Set notification pop-up position after size allocation. That's just a bug fix for... I am going to have to go back and look at all the bug fixes, but set a minimum expiry time. Yeah, although it's written minimum. Let's see. Some applications set an expiry. Let's see. Some notifications set a timeout of 0. The spec should never expire. Does running Debian with XFCE tell you much about me? I would say it sounds like you don't like change. And also, you'll probably keep your desktop or laptop perpetually powered on with insane amounts of uptime. And you want something that you know will like never ever crash and also never ever change. So if I had to guess that, if I had to give you an age as a result of that, tell me if I'm completely off base. I would say you are between the age of 35 and early 40s as a result. Because you've been through like the whole like tinkering with Debian, tinkering with Linux stuff. At 28. Wow, so okay. You're right, in other words. Deadly boring 28-year-old guy. Okay. Damn. I think you're aging too quickly there, Chief. Gotta introduce a little bit more spice in that life. I say streaming release notes. Who the fuck am I to say? I'm such a goddamn hypocrite. Let's see. All right, this is all fixed. Fix inconsistency when opening Raven. Is this in 10.6 or is this only 10.6? It is in 10.6. Okay. So that doesn't need to be included. Oh, right, because I guess we did have... Let me actually double check these. Been through much, yes. Gen 2, DWM, and such, yeah. Oh, this is in tech. Okay, so this actually already happened as well. Okay. What about this? I have to double check these now. This is marked for 10.7. But it's at the 10.6 branch. Oh, from one extreme to another. Yeah, I agree. Yes, sir. Yeah. It drained my time. Yeah, I mean, you went from something that was compile from source for all the things to super duper boring and nothing ever changes. That is quite the shift. But hey, isn't it great though that you can just do that? You're like, you know what? I'm done building all this stuff from source and dealing with all these bugs. I just want something where I'll let somebody else take care of the problem. I update like every once in a while. You know, you don't have to deal with like freaking Microsoft being like, yeah, hey, so we have this Windows 11 thing. How would you like it? You're like, no, I don't want it. So they ask you then, like a week later, hey, so we see that your system might support Windows 11. How would you like it? You're like, fuck off. Like, oh hey, we're gonna do some updates even though you're in the middle of something. How does that sound? You're like, no. Well, we're gonna do it anyway, so you know, buckle in. And oh, the update failed. Who would have expected that? Well, we'll give it a try in another week. Oh, you want those security updates to be separate from your features? Oh, well, maybe. Oh, you want that kernel? All the kernel features like, you know, new Intel CPU scheduling for efficiency cores? Sorry, you have to upgrade to Windows 11 for that. Screw you. Like that's basically. And then like, you know, on the Mac OS side, it's just like people are obsessed with updating. I really don't have too much of a bad thing to say about that. At least their release cadence is very consistent. The only downside though is like Safari is tied to that. But if you're using Mac OS, like come on, are you really using Safari? There's like 5 people out there that actually like it. But see, too bad I had to use Windows and all the Microsoft suite at work. What a pain. Outlook is okay, but ... Yeah, I've been quite fortunate that my work doesn't care. Like most of them run actually. So one used to run. Funnily enough, we're talking, you know, about like going from like Gentoo to Debian, right? One of my colleagues, great guy. He runs macOS. I think like basically everybody there does, except one that runs Windows with Linux and a VM. I think it's just because it works better for them, but they also like using Windows for everything else, which is fair enough. But this guy that I'm talking about that runs macOS used to run Gentoo and compile all of that from scratch, like everything, like big into Linux. And now, you know, poor guy using macOS there. So that's a complete different shift. Imagine having such a experience with Gentoo that you're like, screw the Linux kernel. I want to try this BSC like operating system with its kernel and another thing. Is programming your job? Yeah, it is. So I'm a software developer at Fresco, which is actually a cleaning company, believe it or not. Across the Nordics, across Finland, Sweden, and Norway. So I work as like a full stack developer, though it's primarily like front end and middleware sort of things with Node.js and React and all that kind of thing. And I work on the internal system that exists for customers and worker management and all that kind of stuff. And it's great. Great people, great company. I work just normal hours, right? I have like 2 managers, right? Like if you want to call them managers. Like the manager and the manager's manager. Both great people, fun to get along with. And like, you know, if I'm having like a rough day or I'm tired and I need to take a nap, they're like, I don't care. Just like, so long as you get your work done, work whatever hours you need to, when you want to. Just make sure you attend these meetings. And that's it. Yeah, work-life balance. Yeah, they actually respect it. Cleaning your code. We actually have we have stickers at work, we have a poster up at work about like Fresca. Oh man, I'm spacing it out, but it's basically like I think it's like cleanest code or something in the industry, like something like that, which is quite funny because play on cleaning company stuff. So think about working for them. Nice. I don't currently work for Adobe. My condolences. That's all I have to say. I don't envy your position of having to work for Adobe. Anyway, so like what I do in terms of software development isn't like remotely related to Linux, but because the tooling is like, Linux is basically the place people use and I would say you have like Linux in terms of like top dog on tooling, software development tooling, and then you have Mac OS and then you have Windows. It's like the two Unix like stuff, operating systems at the top. And I can't imagine using anything else other than Linux, for like day to day, because I've been using it since 2008. So like I wouldn't even know where to start on the Windows side. It's like, wait, you want me to have to use WSL for this stuff anyways? Like, why wouldn't I just... Like, you want me to download Node.js.exe and run it in something random and hope it works? Like, no, I'm good. Thanks, bro. Anyways, getting completely sidetracked. Notification stuff. Notification pop-up, right. I mean, the daemon was in January. It is part of 10.6. Let's see. Somebody had said Windows 11 does look good, though. I really disagree. This might surprise you, but I actually really... Well, maybe it doesn't surprise you. I really hate Windows 11's UI. I dislike the centered icon task list. Like, fortunately, you could change it. But something that I dislike more is they force, like, every single window to have these rounded corners. And that by itself is like, whatever. Like, rounded corners, it's fine. But the thing is, the anti-aliasing around those edges is actually so bad, you could, like, count the pixels. It's like somebody took, like, an SVG, exported it as a JPEG, sent it around 4chan for about 10 years, and then read it, and then exported it, downloaded it, and then plastered it on the corners for the border radiusing, and that's basically what it looks like. It's really bad. I should upload something to Fosstodon at some point, just to show people, like rounded corners on, like, if you use like i3 gaps with like rounded corners on stuff like Polybar, it looks legit. Like, it looks dope. Windows 11, no. It's really bad. Something I do like is their task view thing. That looks quite nice. Definitely gonna have to have something like that in Windows in Budgie 11. But everything else, oof, just rough. Let's see. I think I have everything related to notifications. Well, there's like the grouping, but where did that happen? Task view, is that WinTab? I'm not sure what the keybind is for it. Deepin is a Windows 11 look killer. Yeah. I did a joke though, like back when I was, running Solus, or one of the leads for Solus. I had posted on the Solus Twitter when Budgie, when Windows 11 came out, with a screenshot of Budgie 11. I was like, look, it's Windows 11 now, guys. I wonder if I could find it. Probably, because there's like practically no tweets. So let's see. Media. Okay, I apparently replied to a lot of people with GIFs. Let me try to find this. When did it happen? I don't think it was on my personal one. Let me try to find it. I have to use their advanced search. Let's see, clear, and then Solus, Budgie, Windows 11. Is it on my personal one? Maybe I'll just do Budgie Windows 11. Or was it? Damn it. Oh, yeah. So it was my personal one. Want to subject yourself to that odd new Windows 11 panel layout without all the downsides of Windows. Voila, it took me like 30 seconds in Budgie on Solus. You can see I have it just here. White panel, icons, you know, that sort of thing. This looks different, but in theory you can make it work. I'm not saying it would look particularly good, but it's possible. VS Code has rounded corners. Does it? They're square for me. But maybe it's rounded corners on Windows 11. Let's see. Windows 11 looks like it took a lot of, let's say, inspiration from KDE's Breeze style. Yeah, I could kind of see that. So we have all this. Was it in here, the grouping? I'm gonna ask. Oh my god, was it a... Am I just completely confused and it's a Budgie 10.6 thing that happened? Oh no, don't tell me. When it happened. Oh, my brain. Of course, everything got moved. So can you... I just asked Eben for the PR link stuff. Hopefully we'll get something for that. That way I'm not struggling with that this entire time. All right, well, until then, let's do power controls. Power dialog. Because believe it or not, there is still more. We're replacing notification body 10.6. Okay. Evidently the freaking grouping was in 10.6. Completely freaking forgot. All right, power dialog has been... Let's see. I don't like that the start button is in a dynamic position instead of staying at its previous fixed position. Yeah, I guess they expect most people to just use the Windows key for it. I don't even do that. I just, because I don't want to have to look at the Windows 11 thing, and basically I go there and I launch Steam, which is set to auto launch anyways, and then I fire up the Division 2. I would like to play the Division 2 under Linux, and it's supposed to work, but I cannot get that Ubisoft thing, their Ubisoft launcher, to connect whatsoever. If that was the case, I wouldn't need Windows. I had installed Windows after a few years, not having it, to play Red M, and then stuck it around for Division 2 because it didn't work on Linux like it's supposed to. And now I have this issue again with like the random stuttering, and I've talked about this at the beginning of the stream, where for some reason every 5 seconds I'll get a stutter in some games. It's very annoying. See, all my money moved to Veto tax. Why? Scam. I mean, I had to adjust my tax percentage this year because my total yearly gross salary drastically increased from like 36 to 60K. And my tax percentage went up from 17 to 24%. Stuttering is due to shader compilation. The shader compilation doesn't happen in ESO though, is the thing. Actually, I wonder if DXVK, is it possible DXVK is doing it in the background? Yeah, I understand about the pre-compile shaders ahead of time. This actually isn't within Steam though. It's just through Lutris, and then I have the Proton runner thing. So if you know a way of doing all of that for Lutris, then please let me know, because I don't think ESO does the shader pre-compilation. I've seen some reports on Steam Deck of people having issues with it as well. Yeah. Right, so power dialog. So Budgie 10.7 introduces a new power dialog for common actions such as shutdown, reboot, suspend, and more. Hibernation is dynamically, or this hibernation is dynamically enabled or disabled based off system support, as well as it's provided. I don't like this. Common actions. More. This functionality replaces the actions exposed through the user indicator applet, no longer requiring its use. Do you have the Division 2 on Steam? I do. Yep. Let's see, this functionality replaces the actions exposed through the user indicator applet, no longer requiring its use, to shut down. I mean, it's already implied, so no longer requiring it to be added to the panel. The power dialog is invocable through dbus, allowing third-party applet developers, such as those making their own menu implementations to easily incorporate our power dialog options without say much effort. Let's see. Lowell Cosmo says, both my laptop batteries appear in the bottom panel on Budgie. Is there a way to only show one icon with an average or something like that? Also, is there a quick power profiles daemon setting instead of having to use the control center? To answer your first question, I don't have any devices that have 2 batteries in them. Somebody did submit a pull request that was accepted related to displaying batteries. Let me see if I could find it. But we just sort of merged it in. Like, none of us could test it. So it was a fixed orientation with dual batteries. Where it shows, let's see. Fixes an issue where if a second battery is added to the system after the panel is running, the percentage label is displayed to the left of the icon instead of above it. So looks like orientation fixes, but I don't know in practice how well the battery applet stuff works with multiple. It would be nice to maybe have an option to only display one with an average. Or, yeah. Like, I could see that being useful. Do you mind submitting a feature request? If you go to Budgie Desktop, go to issues, create new issue, you do the feature request here. You could add it here. Can I add you on Steam? Sure. Ping me on like Matrix or something. Or Matrix is probably the easiest place. And we can share Steam IDs. Let's see. So I don't know if mine is actually adjustable. Something else. Actually, no, it is just adjustable. I just have it displayed as if you go to it and it shows 1, 2, 3, that it's probably actually me. So it's just Josh Strobel, all lowercase, and the reason why it's set to 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, I'll get to the power daemon stuff in a sec. The reason why it's set to 1, 2, 3 is for battle metrics, because if you set to 1, 2, 3 on battle metrics, it all sort of gets combined with everybody else. You play like Ark Survival Evolved, so people don't know if you're leaving and going, or if you're currently on the server or not. So it's very handy for PvP. Should I also submit a power profiles daemon quick setting? Yes, please do. That would actually be really nice to integrate that in. For sure. If you could have it be 2 separate feature requests, that would be really appreciated. Because they are separate requests. So. All right. The power dialog is invocable through dbus, allowing third-party applet developers, such as those making their own menu implementations, to easily incorporate our power dialog option without much effort or requiring them to implement their own duplicate functionality. Let's see. Invocable should be like so. Let's see. The user indicator will now invoke. Is it with a K? Can be invoked. It is with a K. Will now invoke the power dialog. enabled through dbus, allowing third-party applicators. Right. Hibernation is dynamically enabled or disabled based on system support, preventing users from, let's see, and is offered as a compile time option to disable it on operating systems which do not provide hibernation. Such as Fedora. Okay. We enabled. I would say that. Places, the actions exposed to the user indicator dialog now invoke the power and the new button in Budgie menu will do the same. All right, let's go ahead and take a screenshot of this. So we're going to do screenshot. We're going to have probably 8 seconds, I guess, of the screen. And I think it's Win Shift P as the option, which actually I need to note in the doc as well. Okay. Do that. Paste it. I'm not sure I have enough stuff open in GIMP here. So let's do, you know the dance we have to. Do a little dance, and then we have to make a little love. Get down tonight. Oh, just how it goes. As I slowly lose my mind. This is gonna be Budgie power dialog.jpg. Have I really already been streaming for 5 hours? Fuck. I'm not sure I'll have time to be able to get around to non-release note write-up. But now you know the effort that's involved in this. So, and I hope there's a newfound appreciation. No, there isn't. You don't have to lie. Okay. Let's see. You can also invoke the power dialog with our handy Win/Shift. Keybind. Okay, so that has been written up. Let's see, new daemon bits, which actually already happened. Updated design sort of happened. Right. Centralized power, that's implemented. We're getting close to the end. New selector design. Let's see. And dialogue. Raven. New and improved Raven widgets. Power dialogue. Okay. Wondering, because we already are showing it here. We'll make it a separate thing. Let's see. Maybe under. I guess we don't have one for just. Sorry, I know I'm scrolling a lot. I'm just trying to think like where I should have this. Which I think these are. This is leveled. Application indexer, Budgie menu. We'll do Budgie desktop settings. Budgie desktop settings. Desktop settings has seen a facelift. Has seen alignments to the alongside the new the thing is like this selector is used for both. It's like a shared component. Let's see. It's Mr. Cerebig. Doubt it. People like having a weekend. Wow. Let's see. See if he ends up replying. I'm thinking like, do I need to make note of it? Because it's also already noted in the Raven section. Let's see, but desktop settings now has a new design for widgets, both panel and Raven. It applies to both. Widget selection applying to both panel widgets and or new Raven widget system. But this design shows relevant developer information such as author, website description, copyright info. You'll also communicate if the widget plugin is built in, ships with Budgie, or we will also communicate with. So let's rip this out from the Raven section. Let's see. Automatically show up. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a screenshot. Can you check it? Sure. Let's see. Right. 1064, yep. Use case currently on laptops with 2 batteries. 2 separate icons for each battery appear in the panel with the percentages of each battery showing beside the icon for the corresponding battery. Proposal: average the percentage of 2 batteries and make it appear as a single icon. I'm gonna modify this so it's provide an option to average the percentages and make it appear as one icon. How about that? So that way it's not like manipulating the existing behavior, so people could still have that if they want, as well as supporting this other behavior. Is this your first issue? Oh no. Have you reported an issue with us before? Must know if I could do this good first issue or not. It doesn't say you have, but it's a first issue. Great. Okay. that might be a massive. That must be a massive monitor. Yeah, 2 4Ks, and then I have 2 4K monitors and a third monitor that's 1080p. And then scaling is always set to 100%. So let's see results. Even widgets wouldn't see. Yeah, well that's fine. And then what we'll do is I think good first to so we have a thing for that. Yeah, I guess it is marked as good first issue, good for newcomers. Yeah, it's a fair point. We have an easy to implement one. Let me take a look at these labels. Yeah, I feel like we might have. Yeah, because we have one. Actually, I will do this. I'm gonna change this. So, excellent first issue. Okay. Newcomer. Bug report. Or maybe I should just delete it. Sorry, I'm actually gonna delete it because I'm just thinking like, do I want to then like have it where just say generally a good first one or like a good report, but then it's like, well, by not adding it to existing ones that are good, it might imply that they're not, and it's just it's silliness. All right, but let's open up Budgie Desktop settings. We'll do bottom panel, and then we'll do Budgie menu. Add light as an example because it's cute. I like the moon icon there. Which I have to do it this way. So I have to open up screenshot and then take a full screen one because I don't need to. Prepare your ears. There we go. Close that. Up GIMP. But anyways, Cosmo, it was a good first issue. Thank you. Correctly followed template. It provided adequate information. It was comprehensible as well. And it wasn't like a bug report like this thing doesn't work. And you're like, and then I have to come in and basically say, yeah, I watch you on 2 devices so you get an extra view. I think it might still count as 1 because you're the same person. But thanks. I don't promote view botting. But I also can't tell you what you can and can't do. So there's that. Or an independent human being. So much as whatever we have as independence anyways. Within the confines of the modern contract society. There wasn't really any other changes. Desktop settings, so this will be fine. So that has been discussed. Now it's panel stuff, and then bug fixes. So we're just gonna have all that in just a massive list. We'll see what it's like now. All right. Other improvements and bug fixes. Okay, and then after all of this, we will have our open collective support thing. Okay, we're gonna have a markdown here. We'll do bug fixes. How is element / matrix? Is it zero knowledge encryption? Can't remember how it was. Yeah. And I would say I have had problems with the encryption in it through like seemingly no fault of my own. Like somebody will like randomly log in to like a browser on or a different device. It won't share their key properly, and then they'll send you a message and it'll be like, we don't know what this key is, we can't display this message. So you have to like jump through hoops with them. It is kind of a pain in the ass, but when it works fine. You never notice. But when it doesn't work, it's really annoying to debug. So there's some improvements to their like user story that they can do. But I think that they have enough issues as it is. Especially given the fact that like unfortunately Element has had to lay off some of their staff related to that was doing I think some of the core matrix development. Which sucks. Like it's I think there's been some issues with them being able to get money from Matrix, as in like to generate revenue, because it's open source software and people don't need to pay you to use it, right? Because it's open source. And I guess that they haven't had that much success with some of their current monetization model, which isn't to monetize Element itself or Matrix. It's to provide you sort of like these Element Home and other services, as well as provide enterprise level customization and such. And for a lot of like these governments that end up using Matrix, I guess that they just don't provide sufficient enough income for the full story there. But it sucks. Now me personally, like, can I see myself paying for Element per month? Yes. I can. The problem is they're building everything on an open protocol, right? So somebody else could come along and build an alternative client that gives me the exact same thing at a protocol level without having to pay for anything, which is kind of weird. It's great, but it's a little weird. Whereas like with Discord, as an example, which is proprietary, closed completely, not an open protocol, with their own control over clients. And yes, they have APIs. I recognize that. So you could implement your own stuff. But as far as I know, like these Discord alternatives aren't they kind of legally dubious and questionable and could get you banned? At least that's my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But like I pay for Discord Nitro because I like the server specific profiles. I like being able to send something at like 4K resolution rather than like 720p or 1080p. I like having that kind of stuff. I like being able to access all my stickers across all the different servers. That's really nice. I think there's a lot that Element and Matrix can do from a protocol level to enable some of that stuff. And I hope that they are able to find a monetization model that works for them. But regardless, I think I dodged a little bit of a bullet because I had actually applied. Can you send voice messages on Discord now? Let's see. No, no, you cannot. Oh wait, maybe is it here? No, it doesn't seem like you can. That actually sucks if you still can't. Yeah, I think some people really well. Okay, so you yeah, on Discord you can't. What's weird is on Element you can. Which is kind of funny. So it has like one feature that Discord doesn't have. But I feel like Discord has the upper hand on features. Like one thing I would really like is voice channels, right? I think that's pretty reasonable. Being able to stream to a channel would be nice. Like you saw from the stand up that like it worked in terms of the Jitsi stuff. I haven't tried Element calls, admittedly, but it's just in general there's a lot of improvements that need to be made around video and voice, and like something like push to talk has been requested for like God knows how many years now, and they just haven't done it, which is really, really annoying. Let's see, Momi says, I just missed the days IRC was enough for people. Well, I think there's an expectation. I think it's a pretty reasonable one, that you are able to close a client, a chat client, and open it back up and see messages since the last time you looked at it, right? And you could do that with IRC. I did it, of course. I ran ZNC. I wrote my own IRC bot that's open source, and it also did that, and it did like IRC protocol stuff to check the messages and reply with certain things. It's called Narwhal, by the way. It's up on my GitHub, or it might be its own org, but I think that there's a lot of like user-oriented features that people reasonably expect. Like if I ask a question in an IRC channel, I should be able to just step away or like shut down my system and check in the morning to see if anybody's replied to me without having to go through the effort of paying somebody. So much porn in Element, even though I have it turned off. I don't know what voice channels or what rooms you're a part of, but I have not seen any explicit content whatsoever. Granted, I stay within the confines of like the Fedora stuff, Buddies of Budgie, Matrix server, Serpent OS, that kind of thing. So we don't have any of that. Like if somebody was to come in and share that kind of stuff in Buddies of Budgie, they would get like insta permabanned. So yeah, anyways, I heard people like bug fixes. We should probably take a look at that. I just go and explore rooms. Well, I mean, I don't mean to victim blame here, but if you're doing that, you're kind of bringing it on yourself, aren't you? Let's take a look here. Yeah, okay. So fix, we'll do this. Well, we'll do 234. Actually, it'll be 232. Bug fixes. And it was, what was it called? Repeated terminal messages about non-existent desktop. 2. Should be here. Yeah, well, maybe. I mean, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you just shouldn't do that, right? There's an idea. Oh yeah, I guess configurable size of other work. Yeah. I need to make note of this somewhere. see. We'll do this actually. We'll do this is gonna be a top level, and then we'll do this. I'm gonna drop the markdown thing. Do other improvements. We'll do bug fixes. Other improvements. Okay. And then we'll do configurable size space switcher. Sorry, solar unit, if you're watching. But this is it. The problem is it doesn't warrant its own top level section, and there hasn't been enough improvements to the other panel widgets that cram it in there. So configurable size of, let's see, for the panel widget, enabling selection defined sizes. We'll do multipliers for how many icons to show in each workspace. Let's see, if we go to we'll just do two. What was it? 163. 163. Okay. That has been sorted. What can I do when I check it? Nothing. Okay. Other improvements. Yeah, we'll do this. Move these to the big sector. I don't know why I'm doing it here, actually, now that I think about it. I should just do it here. That is... Go. 60. 60. Implement power widget. That is already a thing. Been noted. That's been noted. That's this actually. Update workspace item icons when the window icon changes. This is 230. I don't consider this a bug. Let's see. And then add dock ability for panel.ini/layouts. Enabling distributors, I would say consumers of Budgie Desktop, such as to switch from yeah, we'll just do this. This is 88. set to video here. Menu icon. Oh yeah, icon task list scaling. Icon task list icons will now be scaled to the target size of approximately 2/3 that of the size of the panel itself. Let's see. I'll actually just do this. The video is quite low res, so I might put here. And I might need to mess with that a little bit. Okay. All right. I need to add a featured image at some point, but for now, shall we see what it'll look like? We do a preview. All right. Oh, why did it break? Oh, that's not good. All right. Preview. G10.7 released. And I'll obviously proofread it. I just want to see like the size. Let's see. Okay. This. Yep. Okay. Sweet. G-run dialog here. Budgie screenshot. Notification enhancements. Summaries, compliance. We have Raven here. Which I thought I had a... I have it down here. Okay. A new and improved Raven widgets. Power dialog. And the other improvements. Which is quite something. That is yeah. What I'm probably gonna do is fire up the work laptop, clone all this, and take a screenshot of it there. So it's like a native. Well, actually, now I think about it, that might be 2560 or whatever. It'll be better scaled on the laptop, and then I'll have that as the featured image. So I still need to do in one video for the animations, notifications, and one for the icon scaling. So that's still on my to do, but I need to do that like off stream because I'll use OBS to record that. Yeah, let me modify the metadata here. Excerpt, we'll do releases and news. We'll have all that will be a featured post. It'll be 10.6. It'll be for tomorrow, which we won't do yet. Yeah. So there'll be a new Budgie release tomorrow. We're effectively done with the release notes. So that's quite exciting. I'm gonna give it one more pass just in case I miss something maybe. For 10.7. Let's see. find out. Pluggable Raven, the hibernation option, icon stuff. What's the easiest way for a new user to try the new release? It'll be to wait until it's in your respective operating system. What OS do you use? You might have to tell me after that, Brick. It starts 10 seconds. Sorry. OpenSUSE Tumbleweed. Oh, I don't know about that. Switch operating systems. There isn't really a proper maintainer for Fedora for OpenSUSE, I don't think. Let's see. I guess a VM then. Yeah, exactly. I would say a VM of yeah, that's kind of the problem, is you kind of need to be using Budgie already on something, because it probably can't be soulless, because I don't even think they have their infrastructure up. So you won't be able to get it through there. Like, I think their infra's still down. Maybe somebody could update me on that. Fedora might actually be faster if I could quickly get it in there tomorrow. That would be maybe the best option. Arch, hilariously enough, if you do an Arch install, Sarabit will probably have it in because he officially maintains it. So there's that as an option. Yeah. It'll be easier when there's the Fedora Budgie spin, because I could just churn out the releases and then spit it out there. David will be probably introducing it into Debian. I don't know when it's going to be coming to Ubuntu Budgie, so it remains to be seen on that front. I am very confident in his ability to do that, though. So I expect that, depending on the time it takes for Debian, or if he's able to do it through Ubuntu separately, I'm not really sure. There might be a chance of getting it quite quickly in Ubuntu Budgie as well. I'm not sure. So, sorry, I wish it was really straightforward to get it, but this is kind of the problem when you're also reliant on the speediness of different operating systems. Fortunately, everybody in the Best Buds team is an official maintainer of Budgie for some operating system. So, at least those three of like Fedora, which like it'll be easier with the spin, but technically if you install Workstation and then you follow the wiki guide I have for Budgie Desktop on Fedora, you could get there. But you might need to wait. A little bit for it to actually land in the repository when it's updated, because it could take like a day or so, just because of how the karma system and all that works with Bodhi. So, and I also need to update Budgie Control Center and Budgie Screensaver, and I think even Budgie Desktop View needs a release as well. So like, end of everything is gonna at least need a release or an update on the Fedora side. So, right, I don't think I missed anything. Let's see. Let's check this request, and then I'm actually quite hungry, and I wasn't expecting it to take 5.5 hours to write release notes for 10.7. But it did. So I'm probably going to call it here. Can't find Buddies of Budgie on Matrix. I find that very surprising. So if you go to our blog, help if I went to the right thing, blog.buddiesofbudgie.org, up here, there's a Matrix space. It's also linked in the website. It's linked on the GitHub, so chat here on Matrix. When the site is done, which I was thinking about working on after this, but I'm too tuckered out and hungry to do that. It'll be linked on the official website when it's done as well. But if you go to like the GitHub, it's here. Yeah, let's see. Let's take a look at this. Currently, there's no quick setting for our profiles daemon in either panel or Raven, and you just have to open up Control Center. Let's see, add a setting. Add a setting which lets users change the Power Profiles daemon profile quickly without having to open up the Control Center. I think a good place for the control to appear would be upon clicking the battery icon. Yeah, I could kind of see that having an option for the different profiles, because it is under power, isn't it? Yeah, the power modes. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, we'll go ahead and label this as an accepted enhancement. You know what? I don't want to assign it to anything yet, but we'll at least put it under 10 as a status of to do, because it'll be nice to like test this out anyways, because I'll want its support in the 11 daemon. So we'll do projects. No, 10. And then no specific milestone, but it'll at least give people something to do. If we run out of things for a 10.9 release, we'll churn through here. So, all right, well, that's gonna be it for now. Thank you for tuning in. It's much appreciated. If you didn't catch all of it, and for some reason you do, I don't know why, maybe you want some background noise, I will upload it to my YouTube channel, which should be plus Joshua Strobel, I think. youtube.com/plus Joshua. But regardless, I'll post about it on my Mastodon, which is fosstodon.org/@Josh and I'll also do it on the Buddies of Budgie Mastodon, which is @BuddiesofBudgie. So there's that. Oh, look, even the Fedora project favorited my post. Thank you, Fedora. What a lovely bunch of people. All right, well, that's gonna be it. Yeah, take care. Thanks for all the wonderful conversations. It's been really great. Hopefully we could do more of this in the future. We'll find out. I would like to commit to something, but you know, life finds a way. Yeah. Have a great one, everyone, and I will see you next time. Goodbye.